The Bills return to practice this week. The bye week is done. On to the Panthers this Sunday. Max Haristston, we'll see what his status is. They had the practice window opened for him off of IR earlier this week. Also, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi back from their suspensions. Sal will have all the details. We'll have him on a little bit later on. Stay tuned at Sal Sports on Twitter. WGR550.com. First injury report of the week is today. Former Bills wide receiver Ray McLeod released by the Atlanta Falcons yesterday over a private matter after he did not play against the Bills on Monday Night Football. Some quarterback news around the league. Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota says that Carson Wentz will start in Week 8. That's the Thursday night game. Even though J.J. McCarthy's been back practicing, it's going to be at least one more game of Wentz. Rich Cimini of ESPN reports the Jets are moving towards naming Tyrod Taylor their starting quarterback and benching Justin Fields. Sabres in action tonight, 7:30 against the Detroit Red Wings at KeyBank Center. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen not ready to return just yet to Buffalo, but he was sent to Rochester for a conditioning stint where he'll likely play a couple games and then get back in the rotation with the Sabres. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 tonight here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. Mike Vaccaro of the New York Post. Headline, Josh Allen is the NFL's new unicorn.
It's Jeremy White.
Josh can be a narwhal, whatever you want. I don't know. He can be a...
Narwhal?
Yeah, narwhal. Don't know what a narwhal is?
No, I know what a narwhal is, but do you want to be a narwhal?
Why do you want to be a unicorn? Is a unicorn have powers? Or is it just rare?
And Joe DiBiase.
Can't they, shoot lasers out of the
Unicorns
horn?
shoot lasers out of their horns?
Yeah, can't they?
Frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Lasers? The people that first crafted
All right, so
unicorns,
Josh is a
lasers
Pegasus.
did not exist.
All right, so how about Lamar can be the unicorn and Josh is a Pegasus? He does fly through the air more often than Jackson. Jackson doesn't jump over people.
Pegasus is an actual character, though. It's not a Pegasus. He would be Pegasus.
Pegasus is a character in what? The Idiot or whatever?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
The Idiot?
Not the Idiot.
Oof, this is getting better and better.
Yeah. I got third-string running backs on the mind right now.
Sure.
I can't be reaching into deeper parts of my brain.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Every time we hear that open, I'm inclined to just name the third-string waiver wire desperate stream running back of the week. And this week, that name will be Hassan Haskins.
Hassan Haskins is very, very good for that, yes.
Is he a second string? He too high on the depth? Jeremy,
Yeah, well, at the moment, he is second string.
Okay, Jeremy McNichols.
There you go.
You like that one?
Washington.
Or is he ahead of Chris Rodriguez? I don't know.
I would you keep your eye on Isaiah Davis of the Jets. If Breece Hall gets traded, then he becomes their starting running back.
And anybody jumping in that offense is obviously going to feast.
It's going to get better.
Yeah, think so?
You don't think it'll get better with the quarterback switch?
With Tyrod?
Yeah. It'll get a little better.
Interesting you bring that up because I saw something yesterday about Mr. Tyrod Taylor.
Or Tyrod Taylor, as Baker Mayfield needs to make sure everybody knows again. And he just doesn't, Tyrod doesn't care enough to correct people.
Yeah. Ian Hartitz tweeted this. Worst quarterback this season in adjusted net yards per pass attempt. Touchdowns, interceptions, sacks, in addition to regular yards per attempt.
This is either going to be Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor.
It is Tyrod Taylor.
He's the worst?
Yeah, he's the worst.
How many passes has he attempted?
I don't know.
Like 7?
He's the worst quarterback in adjusted net yards per attempt. Worst.
Let's see him play a whole game. Let's see him start a game first before we're ready to judge him.
Fair. That's fair.
Also, to my surprise, he has not thrown 7 passes. He's thrown 70 passes.
Okay, and he's the worst adjusted net yards per attempt. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We've got a busy day today. You can jump in with us early if you want and throw something our way. Maybe we'll run some waivers on former Bill, future Bill, now that Ray McLeod has hit the open market. But anyway, today coming up, Sal at 7. We haven't talked to Sal in a week, basically, because of the bye weeks. We'll talk to Sal at 7. Mm-hmm. We'll talk with Lindy Ruff at 7:30 because we missed him yesterday, and the Sabres are home tonight for a game against the Detroit Red Wings. And then, or are they in Detroit? Do I have that wrong?
No, tonight's in Buffalo.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. In Buffalo tonight, and then in Buffalo on Friday for Toronto. So Lindy Ruff tonight the Sabres tonight. Lindy Ruff at 7:30. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8. And then Kyle Bailey, who covers the Panthers, at 8:30 to talk about the switch to Andy Dalton and what the Panthers really are this year. They are a 4-win team, which is as many as the Bills. So, yeah, that's our schedule for today. And along the way, who knows what Pegasus conversations we will get ourselves into. Some other ones, I'm sure. I've got good. I got a trivia question for you today.
Okay.
I think I have a Let's Get Stupid.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
We always like those.
Yep, we like those. So anyway, I wonder what the Bills will say today. I did an experiment. If you want to, let me lead with this. I've got something I did research. Back in the day, show research on this show when Howard worked on the show. Show research meant that I would go out to like a bar at midnight because it was a party scene. Come back and tell them like, I check out the scene as research.
Okay.
Anyway, like Mardi Gras and Dingus Day. Show research. Anyway, I did some research on the lulls. The last couple times the Bills had a lull, because I have a new working theory. Part of a working theory. We've asked a lot in these last 10 days if, in fact, this is any different than the other lulls.
Yeah.
And there is one major difference.
Okay.
Ready?
A new version of a lull?
Yes, there's one major difference.
Okay.
In 2024, last year, when the Bills lost their back-to-back games.
Yeah, they get smoked by Baltimore, and then they lose on a field goal to the Texans.
Yep.
And looked horrible on offense doing it.
The Bills played 8 days later.
Okay.
Here's my working theory. They played 8 days later.
Yep.
In 2023, they played 6 days later.
Okay.
In 2022, they played the next week. In 2021, they played the next week. In 2020, they played 6 days later.
So they've never had a bye week right after their lull?
Yeah. Part of what I think has happened to all of us is we've had more time to really dig into, well, I mean, let's talk about the problems. Let's talk about what's gone wrong. And in the past, these lulls, there's another theory, by the way, coming. But in the past, these lulls have at least allowed us to kind of say, all right, game week, especially if there's like 6 days later. 6 days later, they beat the Jets by a field goal. All right, back on track. Let's keep talking about what's happened to them and why they lost those games, but they're kind of back on track. Or 7 days later. There's also some other parts of this, too. I think I noticed another trend, which is the thing that gets you out of feeling the lull is the offense looking good. And that's really the only thing. Right. That's the only thing.
Yeah, so a 16-12 game isn't going to feel like they're out of a lull.
Right.
Or even 16-0. Like their defense, that'd be a good question, though. Their defense came out and held the Panthers to a field goal, but they didn't really score a lot. Would that feel like you're out of a lull?
If they win this game 10-3?
Yeah, even give them 14, they scored 2 touchdowns.
Sure, 17-14. People would be worried about the offense, and the defense might not get credit because it's Andy Dalton. Maybe.
Sure.
But a win's a win, and the defense doing a good job would be nice.
Yep.
In 2024, after their back-to-back losses, they beat the Jets by 3.
Yep.
And then they went on to lose only one more game that mattered. There's a couple times in here they lost the last game of the season. It didn't count. They lost one more game that mattered that year. Do you know how many they scored in that loss? 42. So nobody got upset. In 2023, they won the very next week after their back-to-back losses, 32-6.
Yeah.
And they lost only one more game. They scored 34 and lost in overtime. In 2022, the back-to-back losses, one of them was the Vikings game, which that's not a lull game. That's a stupid, crazy, holy cow. That was not a lull. They scored a bunch of points. Lulls come down to the offense. That really is it. Is that not? Last year, what is it? Baltimore 10, Houston, what'd they score?
True. They might have got to 20, but it wasn't like... Allen had 9 completions. Right. That's the number I remember.
In 2021, back-to-back losses. What were the back-to-back losses? 2021. They were the Wind game.
Right.
And the Bucks in overtime.
Yep.
And in the Bucks game,
they scored
1 million points at halftime.
The comeback at the end.
And we thought, good news is the offense is back. In 2020, the Titans and the Chiefs were the 2 teams that beat the Bills. 6 days later, they won. They only had 1 loss the rest of the year. It was a Hail Murray.
Yeah.
So every time they've done this, the offense has bounced back. The offense has kind of led them back to, and led us all back to, well, all right, never mind, they're fine. They're fine.
Yeah.
So like the whole idea that they always have these lulls, I don't really think that is necessarily true. Have they lost back-to-back games every year since 2019? Yeah, they have. But it's not always the same. I do think last year and the year before have a common thread, and this year lines up with that thread. So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change. And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
Well, not yet.
Not yet. It's
Not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better. 1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, you know, we're all going to feel like it's back on. Go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah. The place we've always been.
Well, is the history of the lulls eventually ending one way or another a belief that it'll just happen again? That they had their lull, they'll do something maybe even that's little on the offense, that some way, somehow, Josh Allen is leading this offense, that they are going to get back to, 30 points a game? That they're going to figure their way out to that? You could go beyond Allen for that. I mean, think about the other top quarterbacks in the league. How many of them go through half a season, like where Tua's been figured out in the league, right? And like that's not coming back. Or you watch the Texans offense right now with Stroud, who had an amazing rookie year, and it's just like, oh no, I see the problems of that offense. Like that dude's not going to lift that all up the way that it's currently constructed. But some quarterbacks are maybe good enough to where you would just believe, I don't even care what the problems are. Like that's gonna get that ship is going to get righted. Lamar would get that credit. Allen would get that credit. I think Burrow would get that credit if he were healthy. Mahomes would get that credit, but he's almost the example I want to point to. The one of the big 4 quarterbacks, who's the one guy that has kind of had a lull extend throughout an entire season?
Mahomes?
It's Mahomes last year. Mahomes, I mean, I'm looking at their schedule last year. He went through a 6-game period where they only scored more than 21 points one time.
That's nuts. We would
21 points.
We would freak out.
How many games did they win in that 6-game stretch? 5.
5, yeah.
5 games. What I might want to point out about that, though, is like the Bills can't have a year where their offense is as down as the Chiefs' offense was last season. They can't afford that because they don't have the Chiefs' defense that they had last season.
Yep.
They can't win 2 games 19-17. I don't think, with one of them being against the Chargers and Justin Herbert. I don't think they can win a game against Bo Nix and the Broncos 16-14. Like, I just don't think they're going to dominate even middle of the road or pretty good quarterback. Like Michael Penix is of the world.
Yep.
Like, maybe Dalton, they can get to 10, right? Or keep down or force a bunch of stops. But you're going to do that to Baker? You're going to do that to who? You're going to do that to Mahomes is really the most important one. You're going to do that to Hurts later on in the year. Like I think because of the state of the defense, I think it is more important the Bills do get the ship righted. I don't think they can go through a whole year like Kansas City did last year and just win 13 games and say, It's okay if actually we don't figure it out all the way with our superstar quarterback because we've got a great unit on the other side.
Right. My new galaxy brain take is that points are misleading, but I don't have to get into that yet.
No, right, yeah.
But that said, I'm not prepared to flesh that out because I think people would get mad. But does holding Drake May to 23 look better right now?
Yeah.
Looks better.
A little bit.
It looks like it's
they
not
kinda,
that bad.
They held them down for the first half is a good job, right?
Yep.
Is that as good a job as anyone's done on that offense? And
other than the Steelers, who turned them over a bunch of times, but that was other fumbles.
And they played bad teams, but
that's right.
The Dolphins couldn't keep them down,
right?
But
they had a good, firm first half against the Patriots. They had a really good second half against the Falcons. In each of these games, if you were to say they're going to give up 24 and 23 in the next 2 weeks, you would say if they don't win, what on earth has happened to your offense?
And that's what I mean. And that's not what happened in Kansas City last year. Clearly, I mean, again, they didn't score 21 in 5 of 6 games, and they won 5 of 6. I don't think the Bills have that. I don't think they have that card. They kind of have to get the ship righted. It's kind of in line with what Joe Marino said last week about why they should go for a receiver. I think it is critical that they have the answers, that they come out with probably some change. I don't know how. It probably is not as big as what we've had the last 2 years, right? Like, nobody would expect that they're going to fire a coordinator. So it's not going to rate in the same way as when they fired Dorsey. And I don't know, they probably are not trading for a receiver that at the moment of the deal is as big a name as Amari Cooper is, right?
I don't think so.
Amari Cooper was a day 2 pick, player that was the number 1 receiver on his previous team and was not that far removed from a 1,000-yard season. They're not trading for a player that fits that same resume.
What's that far removed? When was
he had it the year before.
There you go. I was going to say, when was Tyler Lockett's last 1,000-yard season? Not that I think that's happening. No, but you're right.
It really would be, the guy actually that is completely similar because he's on the same team is Jerry Jeudy. It'd be the equivalent if they traded a 3rd-round pick for Jerry Jeudy, who had a 1,200-yard year in Cleveland last season.
Yeah.
He, by the way, has a $7 million cap hit, I saw, and a $1 million base salary. So they probably could make that work cap-wise if they really wanted to.
Do they want
to? You just want to trade for a Browns receiver every year, though?
Well, the receiver conversation, we're back to it. Sorry.
It seems it does get there.
It is.
Naturally circles back.
We'll get to a lot of stuff, and Maxwell Haristston, how he's going to be incorporated, and Michael Hoyt. This is our first look at this defense with adding some pieces that were part of their offseason. So that's big. But it sounds to me like the receiver theory is now boiling down to, are they willing to ride with Keon Coleman getting as much as he does, or do they feel like that's enough of a problem? Because without me saying it, you saying it, yesterday Carl Jones said it, and Joe Marino, who's going to come on at 8 o'clock, his number 1 change the Bills have to make is to get Keon off the field, or stop making him the most targeted receiver. Stop.
And maybe even the most played receiver.
Sure.
Both, yeah.
Right, we'll talk about it with him at 8.
Most routes run on the team.
I guess the question is, do the Bills feel like they are putting themselves at a disadvantage by having him on the field? Right. You just have a black hole over there. You have something that other teams, A, don't worry about, and B, when you try to go to it, it doesn't really work. He doesn't win on routes, and if you say, well, he wasn't expected to, that's okay, fine. You can talk about draft profile. You can talk about whatever you want. If you have something that's not working, this is a little bit like the running back room where what was working? James Cook was working. Yeah. And what hasn't really worked? Handing the ball to Ray Davis. Granted, they haven't done it very much. Imagine if with Coleman, it's almost like if they decided to give Ray Davis half the carries. We're saying, this is not working. Yeah. Why are you bothering with this? Give it to somebody else that can get the job done. So I don't know if they're going to ride with him, if they're going to count on him to improve. We heard that from them last offseason, that they thought he needed to be a little better, whether it's more professional, coming back from the injury. It is worth pointing out last year that one of the other things that happened along the way last year, they had Cooper. He eats into Coleman's stats and Coleman's catches. Mm-hmm. When Coleman last offseason talked about the year and how when he came back from injury, he was kind of out of the offense. that it moved on without him, and it was harder to find a foothold back in the offense. Cooper was a big part of that.
Right.
So now I wonder, do the Bills look at that and think, well, last year we traded for a receiver, and one of the things that maybe helped us out of our lulls was not trying to feature Keon Coleman so much. That said, Coleman was a big part of the Texans game. He had one of the only big plays they had.
Yeah, right. It was his only catch of the game, 49-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Where he broke away. And he was a big part of the Tennessee game. He was a big part. He broke away in that game. The Seattle game, he was a big part of. But right then, he got hurt. And really, like it was those 3 games. He had played 9, and that was it. It's
Those
not like
3?
every game he had been producing for them. It was 3 out of 9, really. And then he comes back, and really, like the snap count might be the most important look at it. Is he wasn't playing as much,
Right.
That he had been going from, a 75% average to the Detroit game last year. That ends up being a 1-score game. What he plays, 62%. New England is a field goal game. What's he play? 66%. Then you got a couple blowouts in a game that doesn't matter. And then what is he in the playoffs? 60, 65, 53. Like,
They trusted him less and less.
Right, like he's still on the field. He's still playing more than half the snaps in every single game.
And what's his number now?
But he's not. Yeah, now the number is.
He's playing the most snaps.
Right. Yeah, now he's playing 72.3%. So it's like 10%, even 15% higher than it was when Cooper was on the team. So is that all we're talking about, by the way?
Is Coleman?
But even like 15% reduction. Like, we're not talking about him not playing ever, are we? We're just talking.
We're probably talking about
maybe not every snap, maybe not 3/4 of the snap. He plays 86% against Atlanta. Palmer goes out, right? But maybe there are games where he's playing 40 or he's playing 50 instead of every single game. He's up around 70 and sometimes even 80.
We're probably talking about him not leading the team in targets.
That would probably be ideal.
Because he currently leads them in targets.
Yeah.
35 targets.
Where's he ranking yards per target, though?
Not that far off
on the team.
Not that far off of Shakir. Like, Shakir's got 268, Coleman's got 237, and they're 1 target apart.
Yeah, he's 7th on the team in yards per target. 6.8 yards.
Maybe that's it.
Kincaid's at 12.
Right. Maybe that's
twice as efficient.
Maybe that's their big fix. It's just. And this
Palmer at 11.7, by the way.
He's pretty good, right? Palmer's up there, like near the top 15 of the league in yards per target.
Yep, and a lot of that helps when you have caught a deep ball like he did against Atlanta. And Coleman, what's the deepest pass he's caught this season? Is it 10 yards? Is it 15 yards?
The deflected touchdown pass to him in the end zone?
That might be true. That might be the answer.
Could that be it?
Yeah.
Maybe not. No, they threw to him before that play, after that play, to set up the game-winning field goal. They throw to Coleman. He kind of breaks the guy's neck.
Oh, yeah.
That might be the deepest throw.
It's like a 15-yard throw.
Maybe
he runs for a lot of that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Anyway, maybe that's their answer. Their ability to do that, though, this kind of gets back to, should they trade for somebody? If Palmer's week to week, today we find out if Josh Palmer's going to practice, right?
Yeah.
Is he practicing? Is he ready? Because if he's not ready, any idea of taking down Keon Coleman's snap count, like, good luck?
I don't know
now
how
I've got Tyrell Shavers and Keon Coleman as my 2 outside receivers going into this stretch. If they bring those 2 to a game against the Panthers, can they beat the Panthers with just those 2? Because you might want to funnel their offense to Shakir and Kincaid, and if teams know, well, that's really all there is to worry about, then
they can cover it.
We'll see. So I find it all interesting. I think I'm as guilty as anyone of probably overreacting or just like the extended reaction. They're supposed to have played by now. They're supposed to have had another game.
Right.
And know if we should continue freaking out or if, all right, Joe Brady put together a bad game plan against Atlanta. They kind of figured out their bread and butter. Here they go. So, 803-0550. How much of it is really about Coleman? It seems like right now the talk is loud from every corner of Bills evaluators, from every corner. It's you're going too much to a thing that doesn't work, and you got to find an answer to that. So, whether it's he gets on track, which I don't know if you're going to count on that, or if it's somebody else comes in, or if it's just tweaking what you do. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to chat about it. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Sabres play tonight against Detroit. I watched some NHL last night. Yes. There's some New Jersey news out there that maybe the NHL is going for its next series of jerseys, like the reverse retro.
Okay.
There's a new initiative that might come in next year. We can tell you about that a little bit. That's cool. I watched a little of Brad Marchand in Boston last night.
I saw he cried, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch this.
Yeah. It was interesting.
I want to feel things for Brad Marchand.
I'll tell you this. I tweeted something about it. I tried to make a joke. I quote tweeted Marchand crying to the tribute video, and I said moments later he would double axe chop the goaltender in the face. But then I deleted it. And do you know why I deleted it?
Did you do it?
It's too believable.
Oh, right, yeah.
People would say, really, he did that?
Yeah, right.
No, I was trying to make a joke. Immediately after I tweeted, I thought, I'm going to have to clarify all day that I'm trying to make a joke, but it's believable that he would double axe chop the goalie of his storied franchise moments after being emotional and being thanked for being in Boston. All right. Florida did win that game. 4-3.
There was no score clock at the end or something? There was a controversy about that. I don't know what happened. Like the last 30 seconds, the clock wasn't working.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Toronto, not the Blue Jays, the Leafs, it's freak-out time. It's freak-out time. I've got some quotes from you from Toronto and Sabres fans. If you just want to take pleasure in someone else going through it because you don't have much else these days, we'll get you some quotes. I saw some quotes from Jake Muzzin about the way they play. And, man, Toronto is going through it.
Yeah.
They lost 5-2. All right, lots to get to. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Happy Hump Day. It's a rainy Wednesday, chilly out there. So, plan accordingly. And pop on our phone lines if there's anything you want to get to. We'll have it. 803-0550 here on WGR. Anyway, I did some research on the lulls. The last couple times the Bills had a lull. Because I have a new working theory. Part of a working theory. We've asked a lot in these last 10 days if, in fact, this is any different than the other lulls.
Yeah.
And there is one major difference.
Okay.
Ready?
A new version of a lull?
Yes, there's one major difference.
Okay.
In 2024, last year, when the Bills lost their back-to-back games.
Yeah, they get smoked by Baltimore, and then they lose on a field goal to the Texans.
Yep.
And looked horrible on offense doing it.
The Bills played 8 days later.
Okay.
Here's my working theory. They played 8 days later.
Yep.
In 2023, they played 6 days later.
Okay.
In 2022, they played the next week. In 2021, they played the next week. In 2020, they played 6 days later.
So they've never had a bye week right after their lull?
Yeah. Part of what I think has happened to all of us is we've had more time to really dig into, let's talk about the problems. Let's talk about what's gone wrong. And in the past, these lulls, there's another theory, by the way, coming. But in the past, these lulls have at least allowed us to kind of say, all right, game week, especially if there's 6 days later. 6 days later, they beat the Jets by a field goal. All right, back on track. Let's keep talking about what's happened to them and why they lost those games, but they're kind of back on track. Or 7 days later. So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change. And And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
Not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are two things that will make people feel better. One, change of some sort, or two, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like, put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs, but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, we're all going to feel like it's back on. Go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah.
Practice for the Bills today. First injury report as well. See what Max Haristston's involvement in practice is. His practice window was opened a little bit earlier in the week. Elsewhere around the NFL, we could get a quarterback change in New York. Rich Cimini of ESPN reports that Tyrod Taylor is expected to take over for Justin Fields, who will go to the bench in New York. The Jets have not won a game yet this season. Carson Wentz is going to play at least one more game for Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy back practicing, but Kevin O'Connell says that it'll be Wentz on Thursday night. They play tomorrow against the L.A. Chargers. Sabres play tonight, 7:30 against Detroit at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. We'll have the game here on WGR. TV tonight is TNT and HBO Max. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen back practicing. He's going down to Rochester for a rehab start, so getting closer to his return. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It is Curry season. One of my favorite times of the year, Joe. Steph Curry back, launching bombs from deep. Warriors did beat the Lakers last night in the season opener.
Enjoy it while he's here. He's 37. You seen him live before?
I have not seen him live, and that would be...
You try to do that before he's done?
It would be the top of the list in things I would want to do is see him... I would hope to get to see him in a game, and I would hope he would just absolutely put on the show of shows. He had 3 threes last night on 3 of 9 shooting, so not his best, but whatever. Like, he scored 23 points.
All right.
Jimmy Butler, 31. The Warriors win.
He's in Cleveland on December 6th and Toronto on December 28th.
I got to get to one of those. He's, without a doubt, the number one athlete I'd want to see.
That you haven't seen yet?
Yep, the number one.
Him and LeBron for me, definitely.
I've seen LeBron.
Yeah.
I've seen LeBron. I went to a Cavs-Celtics playoff game in Cleveland.
Yep.
I think I've been to Cleveland at least twice now, 2 or 3 times to see LeBron. And, you know, he jumped a pass, stole the ball, you know, ran down the court, and then delivered a hammer dunk. And it felt like in that moment, it's like, I got the thing I came to see.
But if you're there for one of those Curry's hitting like 6 in a row moments.
He turns every game into Rocky IV, where the opposing team just ends up rooting for him. Like, he launches his 10th. You're like, go in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I gotta make a point to do that. December 6th, Cleveland?
December 6th, Cleveland. December 28th, Toronto. Yep.
December 6th, Cleveland. What day of the week are we looking at there?
You're going to want that to be a weekend.
It's a Saturday.
Oh, Saturday in Toronto?
It's the day before Bills-Bengals.
Yeah, they got that one.
We'll see. 803-0550, our phone number. Talking Bills offense, had just kind of looked at the lulls in years past, and I've got a 3-part theory on why this lull might feel different. Mm-hmm. Number 1, the bye has added some rumination time. Number 2, the last 2 lulls not only had a game to follow, but they had swift change. Cooper trade and Dorsey fired. And if that's coming, you know, you're kind of still waiting for that. By this time in the Cooper trade scenario, the Cooper trade had happened. It happened like Monday or Tuesday? Mm-hmm. And the existence of the Patriots. Like, those 3 things, I think, ratchet up what people feel right now about this team. It's not that the season's over or they're totally dead, but a little bit of a antsiness to, I want to see them come out of it. So that's my working theory right now. 803-0550 to join us.
And I think I've stumbled upon the receiver idea I like the most. Why should Jerry Jeudy not be the number 1 idea for them? What's the best reason that Shea shouldn't do that? He's 26 years old. He has a base salary of $1.5 million and a cap hit of $7.9. They could manage that. He's good. He's not amazing, but he's good, right? Like, what's the argument against that?
Let me get you some stuff on Jeudy and what he does.
Is he not like the right type of X receiver that they might need to, if they wanted to replace Coleman on the offense?
Yeah.
Like, what is is he not as good down the field as I have in my head? Because I think he's a pretty good receiver, and I think a lot of the other components kind of work. Even Cleveland being a team that you could see selling within a month is there. I don't know, I think we always bring up the Saints guys. Just want to mention Jeudy here. Like, he might be an idea. The age is the biggest reason. Like, him, you traded for Cooper last year from Cleveland, but he was 30. Like, he was nearing the end. Like, this guy, he, by the way, has He has 2 more years in his contract. So you could just, if you want him, you just have him for 3 years.
Yeah. I don't like the idea of having a guy like that for 3 years.
You'd like it more maybe if it was only 1 instead of 3?
I would.
Okay.
I really would. His best routes are posts and digs. He's not great on
down the field stuff?
No, that down the field.
That is down the field. Right,
the intermediate stuff. He's the shorter stuff. He's not as good.
Yep.
We'll see. Judy, because they're out of it, right?
I think they're out of it. I wonder if they think they're out of it.
Or do they want to make sure they have enough weapons for their young quarterbacks to kind of keep them afloat?
Maybe. I guess it depends what they think of their young quarterbacks.
Yeah. Mike in Tonawanda. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Quick thing. I was just kind of thinking here. Taron Johnson and a few other guys that kind of seem kind of washed up at this point. But I don't know if you guys have taken a look, but the next offseason here, there's going to be a ton of free agents again. A lot of these guys are on one-year deals. Like guys like Milano's going to be gone. Dawson Knox might get restructured to be gone. We're going to be in another rebuild again if you really look at it and do a deep dive into it. And if we don't get it done this year, like I said, we're looking at another rebuild again, possibly on defense again, some pieces on offense, and here we go again. And honestly, I don't believe at this point Dean is a good evaluator of talent, or sometimes his judgment of talent is kind of like swayed. I mean, the guys like Trey White, and like he has loyalty to these people who were good players before, but they just keep going back to the well to them again. And even Daquan Jones, I see he's going to be a free agent and stuff too. We're looking at a rebuild again.
Yeah, you keep saying rebuild. Rebuild. Like who do you have them rebuilding from? Like who are they tearing down or taking off the roster to rebuild? Because the defense is kind of locked up.
Okay, so a lot of the core people like Milano. And Taron, I'm not saying they're going to cut Taron Johnson.
Milano's probably gone as it is, and Taron Johnson, we'll see. He's getting up there.
Yeah. I guess that would be my question, is because Ed Oliver is under contract, and they just signed Rousseau, Bernard, and Benford, so they're not going anywhere. And
Taron Johnson,
they just drafted Haristston, so I don't know how much room there is to rebuild, other than just the safeties. You want to tell me they want to rebuild the safety room? In.
Yeah,
totally in.
There's an out on Taron Johnson after this year.
Okay.
So that might be the time, or maybe a restructure. Milano's already gone, I feel like, at the end of this year. So
that's because what I just want to get picky with, I guess, with that comment is, when I hear rebuild, I think you're moving on from players that are playing important roles, and I don't really know who that is this summer other than maybe Matt Milano.
They can also save almost $4 million on cutting Taylor Rapp next year. So, I think, I think, thanks, Mike. Rebuild is a kind of a dirty word. It's a teardown word. One thing I think they will want to do, I think they will want to have an offseason like they just did, where they add a lot of rookies and add a lot of young contracts. Because they just graduated a bunch of guys, 5 guys, right? Bernard, Benford, Cook, Bernard, Benford, Cook, Rousseau, Shakir.
Yeah, Shakir.
All 5 of those guys just graduated off of rookie contracts into second contracts.
Yep.
And what are the Bills going to want? I think they're going to want 5 more rookie contracts. They drafted a bunch of guys this year, right? They used all their picks.
Well, rookie contracts to produce.
Sure.
Also,
but the best way to get rookie contracts to produce is to have them. Just throw more guys at the wall.
But that happens now, right?
It happens now, but I'm saying he's talking about next year. What will they want? I think they'll want the same thing they had this year.
Yeah, right.
Which is as many rookies as they can get their hands on.
But what I'm saying is I think that it is dependent on whatever they do next summer is dependent on what happens between now and the end of the year, because that will decide how much they can count on guys that are on rookie deals. Why do they trade for, or why do they sign, a guy like Josh Palmer for $10 million? Well, maybe because they didn't have a rookie wage receiver in the mix. So, okay, here's Landon Jackson. If Landon Jackson gives them no reason to believe that he's going to play in a prominent role next year, then what might they do? Well, we might go throw $7 million at another defensive end. But if Landon Jackson does a lot between now and the end of the year, then they will probably not do that.
Maybe they'll throw 18 at Bosa if he has a good year.
Right. Max Haristston, if he does play some this year and it doesn't really look that good, and we're thinking, well, that might have been because he missed practice throughout the entirety of the year, then what are they probably going to do? They'll pay a bridge corner $8 million just to have somebody there.
Right.
If Max Haristston is amazing when he shows up and he stays healthy and there's no reason to question that position, then they probably don't spend any money at that position.
And that's where you get into the approach. What's the better approach? To patch it up with those $7 and $8 and $9 and $6 million guys, or to not do that and get really as many rookies as possible and save some money for a big fish if you can try and land that.
I think Coleman is probably the biggest name on this. If Coleman doesn't turn it around and he doesn't give them any reason to believe that at $2.7 million next year that they can count on him to be an impact player, then that will maybe cause them to go out and spend more money at that position on maybe like a middle tier
if they do that,
free agent.
Again, I'm going to just lose my mind. Let's just draft one.
Or maybe they draft one.
What would you put the likelihood that Coleman gets a second contract from this team?
Right now?
Right now.
Like 5%.
He's got a lot to
5
prove.
to 10%.
He's definitely like the guy catching the most right now.
Yeah.
From
like maybe I should, like, because when I'm thinking second contract, like I'm thinking of guys that are like setting the market, and that's not going to be him. So like a second contract could be anything, right? Like he could sign for $10 million in 3 years, which isn't much because they like how he blocks, and maybe he's become a somewhat consistent player in the slot or something.
Like they started to use him a little bit better and not really try to force things that he's not really good at.
I guess when I say 5%, I'm thinking 5% that he gets like a big money deal.
Yeah,
because I don't think that's going to happen. But could he work his way into like being a role player? It's possible. I still just don't know where it happens. Like what position he would play to have that happen.
Right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We'll get to more of your calls. Sal coming up as well. Lots of football talk today. Lots of Bills chatter. It's a hump day, of course. The Bills back to work this week. We'll get some injury designations. Big news on Josh Palmer, who is week to week. Like how close might he look? Dalton Kincaid, of course, who missed the game last against the Falcons. We'll see. Big updates coming. 803-0550, your calls. Sal, and proof that the Ravens have officially lost their season coming up next.
You don't think it'll get better with the quarterback switch?
With Tyrod?
Yeah. It'll get a little better.
Interesting you bring that up. Because I saw something yesterday about Mr. Tyrod Taylor.
Or Tyrod Taylor, as Baker Mayfield needs to make sure everybody knows again. And he just doesn't. Tyrod doesn't care enough to correct people.
Yeah. Ian Hartitz tweeted this. Worst quarterback this season in adjusted net yards per pass attempt. Touchdowns, interceptions, sacks, in addition to regular yards per attempt.
This is either going to be Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor.
It is Tyrod Taylor.
He's the worst?
Yeah, he's the worst.
How many passes has he attempted?
I don't know.
Like
but
7?
He's the worst quarterback in adjusted net yards per attempt. Worst.
Let's see him play a whole game. Let's see him start a game first before we're ready to judge him.
Fair. That's fair.
Also, to my surprise, he has not thrown 7 passes. He's thrown 70 passes.
Okay, and he's the worst adjusted net yards per attempt. So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. Mm-hmm. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change. Mm-hmm. And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good. And no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, Last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better. Mm-hmm. 1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs, but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on and on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points, and we're all going to feel like it's back on. Go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense. Blah 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 blah.
They found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Marin not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
So maybe you saw Russell Wilson of the Giants tweeted about Sean Payton saying something classless, more through the media, this and this and this. And I thought, like, oh, what did he say? And then I listened to the clip and thought, oh, that's it? He basically said he thought Jackson Dart was a more threatening quarterback than Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Which is something that, let me check here, the Giants have also said.
Right.
And Russell Wilson is on the Giants. He was saying he hoped that Sean Payton was hoping the change would come after the Broncos played the Giants.
Yeah.
Is it a shot? Sure. I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Is it classless?
He's probably done more things classless with Wilson, right? Wasn't there that story about how I don't know, they did not get along right behind the scenes in Denver? And they've shown the clip in ESPN today. There was a clip in one game where Peyton is just screaming at Wilson on the sidelines in one game. So, I don't know, it definitely doesn't seem like they ever had a good relationship. And it wasn't much of a comment, but
it's not much of a comment.
I wondered if Wilson I wonder if there's like other things that maybe he's seen, or because Russell Wilson never does what he did yesterday. Not in public. Does he?
Call somebody out?
He's very... Some would even call him fake. Like, that he's very careful about his public image. And for him to kind of go after somebody, I don't think I've ever seen it since he's been in the NFL.
Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I tease something. Also going to let you know that Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSE Buffalo. The Ravens season, it's over, Joe. It's over now.
Yeah, I'd like to hear this.
Okay.
As someone that does
Ready?
have a little bit
Are
of
you ready?
to win the Super Bowl. Go ahead.
They took the ping pong tables out of the locker room.
Oh, it's over.
It's over. Or wait,
It's definitely
is it Super Bowl bound? They took out ping pong tables, basketball hoop, cornhole boards, video game consoles. And
sounds like they had a fun locker room.
They did, apparently. According to the Baltimore Sun, they did it in an effort to make the locker room more businesslike.
Uh-huh.
Now listen, to me this only makes sense if all the players that got hurt, because the Ravens lost teams, were they getting hurt playing cornhole? In that case, get those cornhole boards out of there. Did Kyle Hamilton
Lamar comes back from his injury. He's like, wait, because Cooper Rush couldn't do anything, I can't play basketball now in the locker room?
Right. Injury status for the Ravens. Like, did Patrick Ricard and Roquan Smith?
What did he do?
And Ronnie Stanley? Oh, it was a ping pong accident.
Right.
Well, get that table out of there.
Yep.
I mean, they've had a million injuries. Ardarius Washington, Adisa Isaac on IR.
Kyle Hamilton missed time,
Kyle
right?
Hamilton. Well,
I think he's back now, I think.
He had a thumb injury from playing the video games. Get it out of there.
That's what it was.
Get it out. Baltimore, wow.
Are they supposed to get all those guys back?
They're supposed to get a good amount back.
Like I know Matabuke and the defensive line, they're not getting back. But other than him, aren't they getting like everybody back eventually? Hamilton, Smith's questionable for this week, so he's not like the season.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like Lamar, we know is coming back at some point. They're 1-5. I don't think they're done. The ping pong tables withstanding, of course.
803-0550. Buff, we'll get to your call with Sal. The Ravens play the Bears this week. That's a big game for each of those teams. And then the Ravens go Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals.
That's some easy games. There's three gimmies, I think.
Dolphins, Jets, Browns for them.
Actually, two gimmies. They don't always play great against the Browns.
They can struggle with the Browns.
Yep.
Patriots have the Browns this week, and that's a big one. The Patriots have a 3-game stretch here where if they're going to win the division, they're going to get through it clean. It's the Browns, it's the Falcons, who have a good defense. So, anyway, 803-0550. Sal on the other side as we get ready for Media Day, injury designation, a regular Bills week. Your calls with Sal when we return. 803-0550 here on WGR. So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. Mm-hmm. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change. Mm-hmm. And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, Last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better. Mm-hmm. 1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on and on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points, and we're all going to feel like it's back on. Go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, I did some research on the lulls. The last couple times the Bills had a lull, because I have a new working theory, part of a working theory. Mm-hmm. We've asked a lot in these last 10 days if, in fact, this is any different than the other lulls.
Yeah.
And there is one major difference.
Okay.
Ready?
A new version of a lull?
Yes, there's one major difference.
Okay.
In 2024, last year,
yep,
when the Bills lost their back-to-back games.
Yeah, they get smoked by Baltimore, and then they lose on a field goal to the Texans.
Yep.
And looked horrible on offense doing it.
The Bills played 8 days later.
Okay.
Here's my working theory. They played 8 days later.
Yep.
In 2023, they played 6 days later.
Okay.
In 2022, they played the next week. In 2021, they played the next week. In 2020, they played 6 days later.
So they've never had a bye week right after their lull?
Yeah. Part of what I think has happened to all of us is we've had more time to really dig into, let's talk about the problems. Let's talk about what's gone wrong. And in the past, these lulls, there's another theory, by the way, coming. But in the past, these lulls have at least allowed us to kind of say, all right, game week, especially if there's 6 days later. Mm-hmm. 6 days later, they beat the Jets by a field goal. All right, back on track. Let's keep talking about what's happened to them and why they lost those games, but they're kind of back on track. Or 7 days later.
First practice of the week for the Bills today. First injury report of the week. Later on, we'll see what Maxwell Haristston's involvement is. They had his practice window opened earlier in the week. He has not practiced since training camp for the Bills. Bills and Panthers on Sunday. Andy Dalton expected to start at quarterback for Carolina. That has not been confirmed yet by Carolina. So we'll see if Bryce Young is a non-participant for the Panthers today. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Elsewhere around the NFL, one quarterback change that we will probably see this week is in New York. Rich Cimini of ESPN reporting that it is likely that the Jets will announce this week that it'll be Tyrod Taylor taking over as the starting quarterback, and they will be benching Justin Fields. The owner made some remarks yesterday that would imply that as well. In Minnesota, they play on Thursday Night Football. It'll be Carson Wentz at least one more time. J.J. McCarthy has been back practicing, but Kevin O'Connell said yesterday that Wentz will start against the L.A. Chargers. Sabres in action tonight, 7:30 against the Red Wings. It's on TNT game on TV tonight. We'll have it here on WGR with pregame starting at 6:30. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen getting closer to a return. He is going to Rochester for a rehab start, so maybe days or weeks away. We'll talk with Lindy Ruff at this hour more about the Sabres. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sal Capaccio. We haven't had Sal on in years. Sal, how are you?
I'm doing well.
It's been a while. The bye week means you're gone. This is where my son would say, we haven't had you on in 27 weeks. He just throws out long-term stuff.
We haven't talked in a while, and I think the last time we talked was last week. So the bye week, I didn't go away. Like a lot of times we'll go somewhere like Florida or on a vacation. I did go to Syracuse for homecoming weekend.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was great.
Yeah?
It was great. It was great to get up on campus, but they're just all the promise this year and really kind of excited about where the football program is with Fran Brown. You lose Steve Angeli, their quarterback.
Yeah, it's tough.
Against Clemson. And now Ricky Collins he's not it, right? You know what I mean? And this other quarterback they have. But it was great. We got to go. The dome looks fantastic. It was great. And, of course, it was homecoming weekend, so it was packed. There were a lot of people there. Went to Varsity Pizza. Have to do that, Jeremy, the tradition.
Yep.
Took Max into the Newhouse School and toured that a little bit, the DeClercq Studios. We were able to get in there. So that was pretty cool.
Very cool.
They play Belichick. They host Belichick in a week, right?
Yeah.
Next week?
Halloween night.
Interesting.
Yeah. I know.
It's exciting. Can't lose to Belichick.
It's a Friday night, too.
It's a bad loss, losing to Bill Belichick. It's a bad loss if you do.
That's got to be the first time he's ever coached a game at Syracuse, right?
As an assistant somewhere along the way?
I don't think he really was in college much as an assistant, was he? I don't know.
Sal, good morning. All right, so the Bills back to work. It's Wednesday. Is today like the start of a normal week as we kind of start to ramp things up?
It is, and it's interesting because there are other teams that actually did. One other team was on a bye this week. The Ravens, they actually did hold a practice on Monday. So every team's a little different. The Bills got away, and their guys were off for about 4 days. The coach is obviously working on a game plan and self-scouting and all those things they do. So it can be a little bit different. The Bills will be back to work today, meaning like on the field today. Mm-hmm. So we'll watch them practice for the first time. We'll get a regular week. This is a Sunday, and now from here on out, guys, that's it. I mean, there's no bye weeks anymore. And honestly, there's only one non-Sunday game, right? I think now that I look at it.
The Thursday night game?
The Thursday night game the week before Thanksgiving. Other than that, it is Sunday, and so there's a lot of 4:25s, but there's quite a few 1 o'clocks as well, starting this week at Carolina. So here we go. This is routine now for the rest of the season, except for 1 week that's mixed in there. Then we'll see at the end of the year how things shake out as well. Now that being said, they'll back in the practice field. They do have some roster moves and decisions they're going to have to start making. Some have already been made for them. So just to kind of put where everything is officially, Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi have officially been removed from the suspension list. They're on the 53-man roster. Max Haristston's window has been opened officially. He will practice today in some capacity. We'll see him. So now the Bills have 21 days. I did the math. That puts him 1 day after the Miami game that they would have to put him on the active roster. So my assumption is he'll play in a game either this week, next week against Kansas City, or the following week against Miami. Like that's going to be when he sees his first game action. They do have one open roster spot. So if it's Max Hairston this week, they wouldn't have to make a move. That seems a little ambitious, though, to me. You know what I mean? To put him on the field this week. Otherwise, they do have one open roster spot.
Is Jordan Poyer a favorite for that, or does that not count because that would just be a practice squad elevation? You don't have to do that yet.
Okay, so both, Jeremy. I think it's a really good question because I've been kind of working through this in my head, doing a little mental exercise. Here's what I come up with. So, yes, I think Jordan Poyer is definitely a candidate to be signed to the 53-man roster. And here's a big reason why for me. I also don't know, and I have no idea, like right now, where it stands with Gabe Davis. Mm-hmm. But when he was signed, the Bills said, he's got to take a few weeks. He's on practice squad injured. Gabe Davis is on a practice squad injured. He is not counting on the practice squad. Do you guys remember that one day when the Bills had to release Jordan Poyer for like 2 minutes and then re-sign him? Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
The reason was because you're only allowed a certain number of veterans on the practice squad with so many years, okay? They couldn't have both Gabe and Jordan Poyer. So they had to make that move. To get Gabe on, they had to release Jordan, and then they put Gabe on practice squad injured. That put Jordan back on. So here's my theory. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know this, but it's just kind of the way I'm thinking. Maybe they put Jordan Poyer on the 53, that then they can put Gabe back on the actual practice squad and not lose that. And now they don't have too many veterans, if that makes sense.
Do we know anything, Sal, about like what his timeline is to being healthy or when he might start? Like that process could start, or maybe this is the week we find out more.
That's the question. I think, Joe. I think that's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe it's this week. I don't know. I mean, it seemed like when he was signed, the indications were okay. It's going to be 4 or 5 weeks, and then we're going to see where he's at. Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's been 4 games since they signed. Well, when did they sign him? Right before. It's been 6 games, I guess. Did they sign him right before the season? It was that. So it's 6 games. I don't know, Joe. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you sign him and put him on practice squad injured if it's not going to be till December? It just didn't seem like that would be the case. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So maybe that's one. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. I don't know, but they could also look, guys. We know that Daquan Jones is injured. We know that that's one guy we're watching this week. What does that mean? Larry Ogunjobi's back on, but right now they only have 4 guys at defensive tackle. What if Daquan Jones is actually out for an extended time? Maybe Zion Logue is the guy that they signed to the 53 because he's out of elevations.
Yeah. All the time we spent, by the way, like the weeks leading up to the suspended guys returning, about who might they have to cut, will they have, to make a tough decision. Those moves have already been made, right? And it maybe wasn't as tough because other guys like TJ Sanders and whatnot went on IR. So like they're caught up on that, right? And they had to be.
Yeah, and do you remember when a few weeks ago we kept saying, hey, they got decisions, but sometimes, unfortunately, injuries dictate those decisions.
Yep,
That's exactly what happened here. The injuries dictated the decisions. I mean, TJ Sanders is now on IR, and, who knows when he'll return. And the Bills have an open roster spot at defensive tackle. That's Larry Ogunjobi. Now, I will say, though, they are carrying 6 defensive ends right now. A total of 10 defensive linemen, which isn't super abnormal, but 6 who are actually officially defensive ends. But you could say, well, Michael Hoyt isn't really a true defensive end. He is, but he plays inside. He can play off the ball. He can play on the ball. He can do a lot of things. So I kind of put him in a little bit of a different bucket there.
Yeah, it's funny because like the injuries are unfortunate for the player that's been hurt, but maybe fortunate for the player on the roster who doesn't get cut as a result of this. Like there would have been guys to leave, and we can kind of speculate who they may be.
Right, like if Sanders had been healthy right now, they'd be sitting either with 11 linemen, or they would have cut somebody, and that would have been a bit of a story.
And that's also not to forget Dwayne Carter. Like there are 2 guys that because of injury, the other guys get to stay on the team for now. So, Sal, one of the things about this bye week, and maybe we find out today. I don't know if the Bills are going to tell us what kind of changes they're going to have going forward, but do you anticipate that there could be some structural changes? I mean, McDermott was asked about calling plays, or if it's the depth chart getting shuffled, or the targets in the receiving game going somewhere else. Do you anticipate that we might see the Bills, after a self-scout of the bye, coming out with some noticeable changes?
I do. I don't know what those are, and you brought up a lot of different kind of points there. The operation of how things go. I don't expect Sean McDermott to suddenly call defensive plays. I don't expect that. You never know when, but he's said that that's not going to happen. He didn't plan on that. Obviously, they didn't make any changes in the coaching staff, right? That's not happening. So from that standpoint, I don't. when it comes to targets and things like that, that's a lot of just based on game plan, based on play to play, down to down. That's Josh Allen. We don't know about Josh Palmer's status, guys. I mean, Josh Palmer's another guy we're going to be watching this week for
That's going to be big. Like, week to week makes me think I should maybe count on him not being in this week, because otherwise, going into a bye, I feel like it would have been talked about as potentially day to day. Week to week is a little scary for that.
That's right. Agreed on that. He was week to week, and Daquan Jones was week to week. Everybody else seemed more day to day. We'll get an update also, by the way, on Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, both linebackers. Milano had missed the last game. Dalton Kincaid's a big one, right? The oblique injury. He was considered more day to day, I believe, when Sean spoke about him. So there's a lot of guys there. Now, when I say yes, I do expect different. I think the Bills will self-scout and say, okay, why are we not handling pressure as much as we used to, as well as we used to? And maybe there are little tweaks that maybe we don't notice as fans and people watching until you go really and break down the film. I think that they'll come out, and I think the things that they'll do, the tweaks that they'll make, will probably be things that we don't really notice to the naked eye as much. I do wonder, two things though, if on defense, if they play a little more man-to-man, they were more successful against the Atlanta Falcons when they went to a more man-to-man defense. I do wonder, now that Max Hariston's in him, don't fool yourself. Max Hariston played more of a zone scheme in college. He can play man-to-man, but he's a zone corner. He can play zone. You don't have to change and say, well, Max Hariston's on the field and he's going to follow Rashee Rice around. I mean, I guess you could do that, but the point is, you don't have to change your basic philosophy because you think he's more of a zone. This isn't Kyrie Elam situation, right? Where Kyrie was, he's a zone guy, he can't play man. But Max can play both. He has the ability to play man, but he's a zone corner. What he ran in college is very similar in a lot of ways to what the Bills. And then finally, I think the other thing is that I'm very interested to see if they stay more base or go back to a little more nickel and how they want to play.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Let's get a caller in here, Buff in Dallas, to lead our next kind of train of thought here. Buff, good morning. You're on with Sal.
Good morning. Hey, I love the show. No unbiased opinion. For me, it's the big neon elephant in the room, and I think this is from a fan's perspective and an X and O perspective. I'll give you just real quick both of them. For Keon Coleman, this game is about matchups. He's an option, not a viable option. You drafted him as a GM, so what do you expect? He didn't do what he is asked to do on the NFL level. He didn't do it in college. Secondly, a lot of fans are comparing him to Worthy. We're seeing what Worthy is doing in KC and all the success he's having in the Andy Reid offense. And fans are like, oh, my God, this guy sucks. Keon Coleman, get him out of here. For me, I'm not going to blame him. He didn't actually get drafted by the Bills, so he's not a bad player. He's just in a bad system. When you plug up the run, because you Cook and offense is the best asset that the Bills have, and Allen. So when they plug that up, now guys got to win on the outside. Keon can't win on the outside. So I want to get your opinion about that.
All right.
I think this comes down to a question of maybe where he should line up, right? Is that what he's asking?
Kind of.
Outside versus slot and all that?
Yes.
And I think you guys have probably done some analytics and some work on this as well.
Yeah, so Coleman is definitely catching a lot of attention this week in terms of what the Bills are doing well, what they aren't doing well. I mean, you could make it about the Worthy trade, or you could just make it about the Bills had a need at receiver and identified him as the one to be the guy they were going to take. And it's just, I don't think there's really any other way around it. It's not really going as well as they would hope. 2 disciplinary issues over the course of 2 years, a super inefficient passing game when they try to go to him. I mean, he's a broken play guy. He leads the team in targets, and that's troubling because they have guys where when they throw the ball to them, it works well. So, Sal, the problem with moving him inside is he's blocked because I don't want to get Shakir out of the slot. He's good in the slot.
And also, I mean, you could even couple this, Sal, with the Palmer injury. If you wanted to move him to the slot, what am I doing on the outside?
Yeah,
at both positions now.
Yeah, there's a few different discussions, and the caller kind of brought up a couple different timelines and ways about this, all right? You can go back and you can blame Brandon Beane for drafting him all you want, but that happened, and now you have Keon Coleman on your team, right? You're not going to go back and you can't undo the draft pick, and we had a lot of discussion about that at the time. Was it the right draft pick? We could have that debate for a long time. He's still a young player, but it's not working out exactly how you probably thought it would right now. That's number one. Number two is the player himself, what he's doing, what he's not doing. You just brought it up, Jeremy. 2 discipline issues over to the first 2 years of his career. We heard a lot about, and I saw very much with my own eyes. Like, I thought he was really becoming a guy that could be a much more reliable as a wide receiver on the field during training camp and preseason. The word I used was intentional, the way that I saw him work and things he was doing. And then, ironically, or coincidentally, I always confuse those two, we had Joe Brady use the same word about him, said intentional. I just think he went about his business the right way, but there's a step back there when you have to have a discipline issue. And then him on the field, like his skill set, there's only you can't suddenly make him into a 4.3 guy, right? You're not going to do that. Mm-hmm. And he has a certain skill set that wins certain ways. He's got to be able to understand that himself and use his skill set to win when he's running routes, no matter where he is. And then there's the structure of the offense. How often you want to throw it to him? Where do you want to throw it to him? As far as certain points of the game or in certain matchups, and that's got to be on Joe Brady. That's going to be on Josh Allen. So there's a lot of things you're kind of balancing when it comes to Keon Coleman. I think that they'll go back in the bye week. I think this bye week was much more about self-scouting. It generally is. Yeah. But when you lose 2 games in a row, it's not about let's prepare for the Carolina Panthers. It's as much as it is, let's figure out what we're doing or not doing and teams are doing against us. And I wonder if they come out with a bit of a renewed plan for Keon Coleman to take advantage of him.
Do you think that a potential, Palmer being week to week might urge them to make a move and bolster that room? Because if they bolster that room, it's probably Elijah Moore or Tyrell Shavers that goes. And neither of those two is making big contributions as a part of this offense. So the idea that they could just get somebody else to help their outside receiver room, you're seeing a lot of people Bills fans asking for Rashid Shaheed or, fill in whatever name you want, Sal. Do you think it's likely, or, I don't know, likely might be strong. Would you think it's a good idea to bolster that room a bit? Because on defense, they do have a lot of reinforcements coming. That's, to me, always the difference between what they should do around this deadline. Defense, I've got 5 guys I can talk about as potentially coming in to help. In offense, it's Gabe Davis or it's a trade, really.
Yeah, I do think they should. I think they should look into it. I still think they do need somebody who can open up the field a little bit for them, right? And it doesn't mean you have to just throw bombs every play, right? I mean, sometimes that doesn't work out for the Kansas City Chiefs. I know they're looking the way they are, but if you go back and watch the Chiefs over the first 6 weeks, there's plenty of times where they throw deep, there's incomplete, now it's 2nd and 10. And I'm not saying criticizing them for that. I'm saying it's not as easy just saying put a fast guy in the field and it fixes everything. But I do think that putting somebody with a little more speed on the field that you can threaten the defense will open things up in the middle a little bit more for a Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid's a big part of this, guys. Yeah. I mean, he missed last week. They missed him badly in that game. They missed him badly in that game against the Atlanta Falcons. And unfortunately, the guy that I think was going to pick up a lot of the slack, or they had a game plan for, he got hurt after 2 catches and 65 yards in the game, right? I mean, that was 60 yards. That was Joshua Palmer who we're talking about. I do think they could add a little juice to that room. It's always the question of, though, again, there's no bye week coming up, right? You get somebody in, you got to get on the same page, the playbook, those reps. There's not a lot of time to do that. And I know that fans kind of snicker a lot of times, but even Amari Cooper last year, that was, once he had a bit of an injury, that was such a setback to continue to get him the kind of work that he needs to work with Josh Allen. I just think it's hard to do that sometimes. But yes, I think they should look to do that. Yeah.
One thing here, I was tweeting with someone yesterday about the idea of Jameson Williams. And this is a worthy point, too. Jameson Williams in their most recent game, I don't think he caught a ball, right?
No, he didn't. He caught one that was reviewed and overturned, so I think he ended up with 0.
He didn't catch a pass, but the snaps he had in that game last week, he's on the field for 88% of their snaps. When he's on the field, they don't have to throw to him. The defense has to know where he is. And that's right. That's worthy to a large degree. That's Tyquan Thornton. You just got to think about it. And to me, the difference between a speed guy where Coleman is and Coleman is that right now defenses, the way that the Bills deploy Coleman, they do not worry about him at all. And someone over there that could put fear into a defense would help everybody else, and everybody could eat again if they would get somebody over there that might stretch the defense. And maybe Coleman could find a spot in those kind of formations as well. But that's why the idea of somebody that can actually take the top off a defense or at least stretch it and create some more space, I think it does make sense.
Did you guys see what Jameson Williams posted on IG?
No. Is he upset?
He had 0 catches Monday night.
Yeah.
On his own Instagram, he posted he photoshopped the Jordan crying face on his own on a picture of him. Like
that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, wow, wait a minute. And it was really interesting. But if you go back and look, it's kind of funny. And it's like, man, he got the win, right? They won the game.
Well, he might be kidding. He might be kidding.
Yeah, right. He could as well.
He might be kidding.
That's right. It's fine. But, it became a story. The thing for me is I always think about, like, what's the other team doing? Do people think the Lions are going to trade Jameson Williams after everything you just said?
Yeah,
doesn't he kind of do exactly what they want him to do in that situation?
And they just paid him.
They need him.
They just paid him $80 million, too. Like, he just extended him. He's a huge part of their offense, even though sometimes that doesn't mean, he doesn't get the ball. So that's like Shaheed. Shaheed on this offense in that spot would be so much more of a concern for opposing defenses. Right now, we can sit here and talk about all this and that about Coleman. The answer to what other teams do, if they throw man coverage, they're pretty much not worried about anything. Like, just throw man. And the Bills have been playing a lot of defense man coverage because opposing defenses don't really worry too much about what they have out there, and Coleman is the number one offender in that department.
The best guy, right? The best player would be Chris Olave, right? For all this, right? I don't think there's any doubt about that. I just don't know what the chances are you would pry him away and what it would cost.
Right.
But I've been on the Shaheed train for a while because I think you have to think about the return element as well. The Bills have not been a great return team this year, and Brandon Codrington has not taken the game. He's kind of regressed numbers wise, right? Yep. And they've made him inactive. And I think that you could kind of really fill two spots, that speed guy, that really kind of the role you envision Curtis Samuel for in a lot of ways with Shaheed, right? That's the kind of guy that he is in a lot of ways. And then with that, and then he's a return man. So that's the kind of guy I think that could kind of really help the roster overall.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
All right. News today from the Bills, from Media Day, injury designations, some big things to kind of keep an eye on. So keep it locked.
Did you see Chris Trapasso's trade idea yesterday?
A.D. Mitchell straight up for Keon Coleman.
Yep. Coleman for Mitchell.
Mitchell is a big down the field, fast, super fast.
Yep. And it might be the time to pry him away because
they're mad at him.
They're mad at him for dropping that football a couple weeks ago.
It's a skill set that would, I think, be more apt to include in this offense. But, you might not love that idea. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff when we get back. Sabres and Red Wings tonight as the Sabres look to get back on their winning track after losing to Montreal. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Joe Marino at 8 o'clock. Panthers guest at 8:30 ahead of Carolina and Buffalo on Sunday.
You don't think it'll get better with the quarterback switch?
With Tyrod?
Yeah. It'll get a little better.
Interesting you bring that up because I saw something yesterday about Mr. Tyrod Taylor.
Or Tyrod Taylor, as Baker Mayfield needs to make sure everybody knows again. And he just doesn't. Tyrod doesn't care enough to correct people.
Yeah. Ian Hartitz tweeted this. Worst quarterback this season in adjusted net yards per pass attempt. Touchdowns, interceptions, sacks, in addition to regular yards per attempt.
This is either going to be Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor.
It is Tyrod Taylor.
He's the worst?
Yeah, he's the worst.
How many passes has he attempted?
I don't know.
Like 7?
He's the worst quarterback in adjusted net yards per attempt. Worst.
Let's see him play a whole game. Let's see him start a game first before we're ready to judge him.
Fair. That's fair.
Also, to my surprise, he has not thrown 7 passes. He's thrown 70 passes.
Okay, and he's the worst adjusted net yards per attempt. Anyway, I did some research on the lulls. The last couple times the Bills had a lull. Because I have a new working theory. Part of a working theory.
Mm-hmm.
We've asked a lot in these last 10 days if, in fact, this is any different than the other lulls.
Yeah.
And there is one major difference.
Okay.
Ready?
A new version of a lull?
Yes, there's one major difference.
Okay.
In 2024, last year, when the Bills lost their back-to-back games.
Yeah, they get smoked by Baltimore, and then they lose on a field goal to the Texans.
Yep.
And looked horrible on offense doing it.
The Bills played 8 days later.
Okay.
Here's my working theory. They played 8 days later.
Yep.
In 2023, they played 6 days later.
Okay.
In 2022, they played the next week. In 2021, they played the next week. In 2020, they played 6 days later.
So they've never had a bye week right after their lull?
Yeah. Part of what I think has happened to all of us is we've had more time to really dig into, well, I mean, let's talk about the problems. Let's talk about what's gone wrong. And in the past, these lulls, there's another theory, by the way, coming. But in the past, these lulls have at least allowed us to kind of say, all right, game week, especially if there's like 6 days later. 6 days later, they beat the Jets by a field goal. All right, back on track. Let's keep talking about what's happened to them and why they lost those games, but they're kind of back on track. Or 7 days later. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff rescheduled from yesterday to this morning instead, as the Sabres are home for the Detroit Red Wings tonight. Jeremy and Joe. Lindy, thanks for taking some time today, and good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. It's a game day, and we'll start with a couple of injury updates. Earlier this week, you'd said that Michael Kessering was beginning the stages of a return to team practices. So where does that stand now, and how timeline for him to potentially get into the lineup?
Yeah, he's doing a lot better. Timeline for getting back in really hasn't been determined, but he's been skating. I think he'll join the morning skate today, and we'll assess after that. But not ready yet to play in a game.
When he is in the lineup, it's preseason at this point. You had training camp. Like how do you envision him changing how you look back there on the blue line?
Well, he's a big body that really skates well. Right-handed shot, I think. Ozone play-wise, moves the puck really well. I just look at a player that we were counting on to be a big part of the offense and the defense in our club that we haven't been able to use yet.
Some of the other injured players, Jordan Greenway, still not yet in the lineup. And then Luukkonen, I mean, seeing him sent to Rochester for rehab starts looks from the outside like that is getting closer too.
Yeah, definitely. Well, first with Greenway, again, he's skating. The target date for him is later this month. We don't have an exact date. Feels a lot better. A lot of this now is conditioning and trying to get up to game speed. So it'd be nice to get him back. With UPL, yeah, he's feeling good. He's really only played a period of hockey. Just trying to get him some action before we get him back in goal.
With him being out, it's been all Alex Lyon so far, and he's been maybe your most consistent player, at least one of them. Him never really being like a definitive number one in his career, are you worried at all about his workload early on? Is that really just kind of up to him? Like if he feels good, then he's good to go back out there?
Yeah, part of that, I don't know if the word is worried. I think he's taken advantage of the opportunity to, get in there and play all these games. We know it's been a lot of hockey. We got a lot of hockey this week. 4 games in less than 6 days, and we'll play back to back, probably in less than 24 hours. It looks like with the Blue Jays going to the World Series here. It looks like some of the game times are going to be changed or possibly being changed. So there's a lot going in. We're going to need another guy to play for sure. But on Alex, he's played so well. I think you're right. He's probably been the biggest surprise and our best player through these first 6 games.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Alex Lyon playing well. Luukkonen down in Rochester for conditioning stand. One other newcomer that I think fans are starting to pick up on, he scored a couple of goals. Josh Doan has been a nice piece to add so far.
Yeah, he really has. I think his determination, on the puck, around the net, his ozone play, his job around net front on the power play has been real good. He's just a kid that just loves to play the game and loves to compete, and his play is infectious. For a guy we didn't know a lot about, I think he's starting to get comfortable with how we play, and I look at him as being a big part of our success here going forward.
Is his involvement in the top of the lineup, putting up points, power play as well, is that in what maybe you had envisioned for him, or is that maybe a little surprising from when he was first acquired?
We knew he was a highly competitive kid that had, when you break down some of the analytics on him, he was in on a lot of high-end opportunities, like a top player when it comes to creating high-end chances, just didn't finish high-end chances. So we looked at that and thought if, he started to finish, he would be a guy that could be a real good piece. His physicality and the way he plays down low is, in today's game, is getting around the net front is something that, I think every team needs. And he's a piece that we probably didn't expect quite this much early on, but has given us a lot.
His involvement on the power play penalty kill has been part of this. Because Lindy really, the last 3 games, the record's 2-4, but I think everyone's been more impressed by the last 3 games than the start of the year. And there are good signs. I mean, special teams, I'm sure you've got to be happy with that, at least in the last couple weeks, to where it's 0 for 11 to start on the power play, and now you look up and you're very quickly 6th in the league and then number 2 in penalty kill. So what do you feel like is working on both special teams units?
Yeah, you know what, I think you mentioned, Doan's been a big piece in the power play. We haven't used him a lot on the penalty killing. Special teams, yeah, our plan was through camp was to put our group together and really work hard on special teams, and I didn't think we saw the dividends early when you look at the power play 0 for 11. The power play now is moving the puck really, really good. We're finding that next play. Our puck retrievals have been good. You look at the one power play we had in Montreal. We have a power play rush where we've got Thompson in alone, a great play. We have Dahlin hitting the crossbar. So, 2 great opportunities to score on the power play there. And the penalty killing has been solid. And we've had to use a lot of different bodies. If you look at Danforth was out of the lineup, Melanstein was out of the lineup. In Montreal, we had to use Quinn and Krebs and guys that hadn't played a lot on the PK. But I think we're locked into a pretty good way of killing for our club. And special teams have been good. It's something that we knew we had to improve, and we got to keep working on.
Lindy Ruff on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres Red Wings game. Lindy, I want to ask you about Matthias Samuelsson, who, last year and last couple of years, he's had trouble staying healthy, but now in the lineup. And I thought it was noticeable. Fans are ready to notice him kind of taking ownership and your team fighting back for each other, kind of defending each other. It's been an issue going back years and years and years. And it's 4 games in, but I don't know, right now it feels like there is a noticeable uptick in how much that is happening. And I know it's supposed to happen, but it gets so much attention when it doesn't. I feel like it's worth getting attention when it does happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we've got our guys are in a great place when it comes to being a pack. The energy inside the room is good. The care for each other inside the game, I think, has been real good. I think Matthias has really played well. I think he's been just a huge part of our penalty killing. He's a big man. He's got great reads on the PK. He's a guy that when he isn't in the lineup, you look at, a left defenseman that consumes the amount of minutes he does on the special teams, especially in the penalty killing. And I think his physicality has been real good. Something that, I've asked a little bit more out of, and I think you've seen that game in, game out. And I think that when you have a defense core with the size we have and the size he has, and we're starting to use that well, I think he's got his game in a pretty good place.
Lindy Ruff with us. You mentioned the Montreal game. It felt like it could have been a game that really went either way. Did you feel like, Lindy, that was another game where it was a little bit of a slow start? And is that something that you're looking at all right now, or is it too early to really make that a trend?
No, I think it has been a trend. To be honest, our starts even in the preseason, I thought were slow. It's something that last year we worked really hard on. We knew going into last year the first periods hadn't been good. And we've got to be good inside the first period. I thought the second and third period, we left way too many chances out there. It was a game that second period, a total rebound. Our puck play was so much better. Generated a lot of good opportunities, but didn't take advantage of it. But, it's almost like we're easing into the game. Most nights we're getting to the 5-6 minute mark, and we've got maybe 1 or 2 shots. So it's an area that we're going to try to focus in on and get better at.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. They play the Red Wings tonight. Lindy, thanks very much. We'll talk next week, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Lindy Ruff. I had somebody send me, Joe, you want to put this in your favorites if you want to, a listener by the name of Josh has created a website. This is about the Sabres. Okay. And the website is lindys5.com.
Lindys5.com?
Lindys5.com.
Okay.
You know what that is? 5 chunk analyses of the Sabres.
Look
and
here.
The goal is, 6 of every 10 points. So the point pace, where they are, the chunks.
Yep.
What this chunk has to net, how far behind, what they have to do to kind of catch up.
Wow.
And it's all broken down into 5-game chunks.
All right.
And the point pace is right there. So if you want to go ahead and do that, Josh put that together. It's a nice-looking website. He sent me a message.
This is very well done. I like it a lot.
And the best part, look at the top right corner. Flip that tab.
Oh, black and red. Come on. If it couldn't have got any better, the little toggle at the top.
You can go blue
you gotta
and gold
go black and red
or black and red. And there it is. To get to 96 points, what do they got to do? Chunk 1, they finished with 4 out of 10 points. Chunk 2, they're at 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
So, Detroit, Toronto, Columbus.
Okay.
Figure it out.
I like it. Chunk. So we're in chunk 2.
This is chunk 2.
We're into chunk 2.
This team blows chunks. All right, 803-0550. Howard used the phrase blow chunks about the Mets last week.
He did. I don't think I had heard that phrase in years before that.
Howard's picking the Bills on Friday for anybody that wants to just, hey, Why has this bye week felt so long? Maybe that's why. Because
No,
Howard
Howard.
hasn't picked the Bills yet. He's going to pick the Bills on Friday. And then when they play Carolina, he'll pick them a couple days later. All right, when we get back, first off, Joe Marino at 8 o'clock. And when we get back, I have for you the scariest Carolina stat that I think we'll come across ahead of this game. That's next. So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. Mm-hmm. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver.
Jeremy
Amari
White here
Cooper.
for.
Yep. 2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
Not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, Last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better. Mm-hmm. 1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, we're all going to feel like it's back on, go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah. All right, so one Carolina stat that might scare you. Just one. Benjamin Solak tweeted out this yesterday that in the NFL this year, EPA per designed rush.
Okay.
His tweet was about the Colts. The Colts are way ahead of everybody else in how much they get out of their run game. Mm-hmm. The Bills have a very, very good run game. We know that, right?
Yep.
They are behind good several teams, though.
Okay.
The following teams are ahead of the Bills in EPA per designed rush. Falcons, Cowboys, Steelers, Lions, Chiefs, Jaguars. And number 2 in the NFL, the Panthers.
Yeah.
Colts 1, Panthers 2. There are only 2 teams that are actually a plus in EPA per designed rush because running the ball doesn't really yield you big dividends. You do it to try and keep your pass game on track. That's what a lot of teams, have to settle with. And Carolina's one of 2 teams that is actually on the plus side of 0 for EPA per designed rush. So it's a great run team that you're facing with Andy Dalton.
Well, here's the hoping that they don't play the right running back next week because I think a lot of that is Rico Dowdle. And he went nuclear while Chuba Hubbard was out. Last week, when Hubbard was back playing, it was 17 carries for Dowdle and 14 for Hubbard. So it was more of a split. I'll be interested if they talk it all through the week about who's going to play and get the carries. Because they paid Hubbard. So they just want to quit on that?
Well,
Hubbard, I mean, even last week, it was a split. Dowdle, against the Jets, Dowdle had 79 yards on his 17 carries, and Hubbard had 31 on his 14. Like, one back is definitively giving them more than the other.
Will we see what we saw with the Saints, where it was Kamara and Kendre Miller? Like, they both carried the ball.
They both did fairly well. But that's what I mean. I wonder if both of these guys would do fairly well, if it would only be Dowdle, and if they would give him the ball enough to kind of win that.
803-0550. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, when we return to chat about it. If you're on hold, we'll get to your calls as well at the end of Joe. Joe Marino. He's got 9 fixes for the Bills, and one of them is a big Keon Coleman talking point, who seems to be, like, of all players on the offensive side, he's the one that's under the microscope. On the defensive side, it's probably Taylor Rapp. So what changes could come for the Bills out of the self-scout and the matchup with the Panthers? We'll talk about it with Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast coming up in a moment here on WGR.
Lindy Ruff with us. You mentioned the Montreal game. It felt like it could have been a game that really went either way. Did you feel like, Lindy, that was another game where it was a little bit of a slow start? And is that something that you're looking at all right now, or is it too early to really make that a trend?
No, I think it has been a trend. To be honest, our starts even in the preseason, I thought were slow. It's something that last year we worked really hard on. We knew going into last year the first periods hadn't been good. And we've got to be good inside the first period. I thought the second and third period, we left way too many chances out there. It was a game that second period, a total rebound. Our puck play was so much better. Generated a lot of good opportunities, but didn't take advantage of it. But, it's almost like we're easing into the game. Most nights we're getting to the 5-6 minute mark, and we've got maybe 1 or 2 shots. So it's an area that we're going to try to focus in on and get better at.
there are good signs. I mean, special teams, I'm sure you've got to be happy with that, at least in the last couple weeks, to where it's 0 for 11 to start on the power play, and now you look up and you're very quickly 6th in the league and then number 2 in penalty kill. So what do you feel like is working on both special teams units?
Yeah, you know what, I think you mentioned, Doan's been a big piece in the power play. We haven't used them a lot on the penalty killing. Special teams, yeah, our plan was through camp was to put our group together and really work hard on special teams, and I didn't think we saw the dividends early when you look at the power play 0 for 11. The power play now is moving the puck really, really good. We're finding that next play. Our puck retrievals have been good. You look at the one power play we had in Montreal. We have a power play rush where we've got Thompson in alone, a great play. We have Darlene hitting the crossbar. So, 2 great opportunities to score on the power play there. And the penalty killing has been solid. And we've had to use a lot of different bodies. If you look at Danforth was out of the lineup, Melanstein was out of the lineup. In Montreal, we had to use Quinn and Krebs and guys that hadn't played a lot on the PK. But I think we're locked into a pretty good way of killing for our club. And special teams have been good. It's something that we knew we had to improve, and we got to keep working on.
First practice of the week for the Bills. First injury report a little bit later on. See what Max Haristston's involvement in practice is as his window was opened a little bit earlier in the week. Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi back from suspension as well. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Elsewhere around the NFL, the New York Jets appear to be switching quarterbacks. Not official yet. The owner made some comments yesterday about this, but Rich Cimini of ESPN's reporting that the expectation is that Tyrod Taylor will start for the Jets and Justin Fields is going to the bench. In Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy back practicing, but it's going to be Carson Wentz at least one more game, according to Kevin O'Connell. They play the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Sabres in action tonight, 7:30 against the Detroit Red Wings. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. No MSG tonight. Game is going to be on TNT and also HBO Max. There's also a report that Saturday's Sabres at Leafs game in Toronto is being moved from 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock because Game 2 of the World Series in Toronto is at 8. So moving up the Sabres matchup on Saturday. They have Toronto on Friday night here in Buffalo. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Bills Mafia knows this already. I mean, they know Chris Sims has been down on their team in general the whole year. They're too Josh Allen-centric, as you see. It's always Josh Allen. You better score a lot of points so we can get ahead and you can save our defense. You got to make magic happen, right? We don't have a superstar receiver who we can frame a game plan around. They run the ball well, and they have a good offensive line. But it is too much on Josh Allen.
When will we not hear that?
I just spent the whole break in here. The tweets and sites like showing me the Bills are like near the bottom in their pass frequency or pass over expected. And then Allen's doing, I don't know.
All right, they were too.
Let's talk, I need to talk Joe Marino.
They were too Allen-centric when they threw it all the time. Now they're too Allen-centric when they run it more than most teams. I don't know. They can kind of never escape it. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us on the Wester Hotline here on a rainy Wednesday morning. Joe, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. It's never ending with the Josh Allen-centric conversation, right? And people forget that he had Diggs in a top 5 defense, right? Oh, too reliant on Josh Allen. They can run the ball and too reliant. It's always, and maybe that's just because Josh Allen plays the way that he does and he's so good. It's always going to be that way. And it's not necessarily that there's too much on him. I think this is how he plays.
Is this just also people not knowing how to cover mobile quarterbacks? Like,
maybe. Because
we really haven't been doing it that long where like half the league's starting quarterbacks and the best, like Jackson, Allen, have been this athletic. Because the previous generation of those guys was never a part of it.
No, yeah, it's the difference. These guys can actually throw it too, right?
Yeah, right.
That's the big layer to this piece of it. But I will say that it's a lot harder for your mobile quarterback to be maximized when you're not consistently winning one-on-one battles on the perimeter so that he can make throws. So you can commit some extra attention to the pocket, and I think you've seen a lot of that so far against this Bills team.
This all reminds me, a couple of years ago, they were too Josh Allen-centric, and there was he's responsible for 77% of their total yards, and I did all the math on like all the other quarterbacks, and they were also responsible for that same amount. Like right now, the Chiefs, they've got Mahomes, and their leading rusher is Pacheco with 271, and Patrick Mahomes has 250. Like, are they too Mahomes-centric? Like, I think that's how it's supposed to work. Anyway, this is pet peeve kind of.
Right.
Yeah. And honestly, Joe, like I find myself these last years, in these Joe Brady years, wanting consistently, feeling like I need more Josh Allen because whether it's, the quick pass, the quick game, the screen game, or the handoffs on second downs, I'm thinking, I got Josh Allen. Shouldn't I be using him a little bit more? But I don't know. We're always trying to find that right balance.
No, I think there's a lot of truth to that, Jeremy. I feel similarly.
So, all right, Joe, your latest episode of the Locked On Bills podcast, you did 9 fixes for these Bills, and we'll talk about a couple of them here. I feel like we started the show today talking about the difference in this 2-game losing streak and other 2-game losing streaks over the years, and I noted a couple differences. One, the bye week makes it sit with you longer, right? We can all sit here and kind of ruminate on what's going on. And the other big thing, there were 2 others. One is New England's here. And the other one is the last 2 times they had these streaks, they made a change. They fired Ken Dorsey 2 years ago. Last year, they traded for Amari Cooper very soon after the 2-game losing streak. They beat the Jets and then immediately traded for Cooper. So we kind of saw them look at what was happening and think, we got to make a change. And this time, it's a 2-game losing streak. It's a bye. And if there are going to be changes, maybe we start to see them this week. So what are some of the big changes you'd like to see them make if it's not outside guys coming in, which is still on the table? But will we see, do you think, maybe big changes from the way they operate out of this bye?
Well, I think you're getting some natural changes defensively with Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi coming back, or I guess not coming back, being part of the team now. In addition to your ramp up for Maxwell Haristston to get back into the lineup is, it's here. His practice window's been opened, and somewhere in the next few weeks he'll be activated and have a chance to elevate what the Bills have at corner. And so I think those are pretty big moves for the defense kind of taking on the form that they want it to this year with some of the changes that we've kind of anticipated. And, I think there could be more lineup changes. I wouldn't be surprised if later on today or sometime this week we find out that Jordan Poyer has been signed to the active roster, and if he doesn't at least challenge or maybe take the place of Taylor Rapp at safety. So I think you can see some of that on defense. But offensively, I think it really comes back to them being more deliberate about their utilization of heavy personnel. And when I mean heavy personnel, I think multiple tight ends, multiple backs on the field. And the Bills brass, they talk about it being a mismatch league and how do you create mismatches. And I think when you look at the Bills offense, the mismatch is what they can do with multiple tight ends and multiple backs and how they can be two-dimensional out of that. We know they can run the ball out of that. They can pass the ball out of that as well. They just need to do that more. And I think that should be a big part of it. The other big change that I think needs to happen is, I just don't think there's a justification for Keon Coleman to be the most targeted player on this team and be the leading snap taker at receiver by more than 40 snaps. I don't understand what gives that merit, whether that's the fact that he's been disciplined twice in less than a year and a half, or that there's been very inconsistent results when featuring him in the offense. And so I think you have to find ways to get away from that, get more into your big people. And then I also think running backs in the passing game is another huge one for me, where the Bills running backs have 17 catches so far this year, should probably be about double that. And I think that would help with some of the attention that Josh Allen's getting in the pocket. If you could start making teams pay more for their attention they're giving to him by throwing the ball to running backs, I think you can create some more offense.
Yeah, Ty Johnson, last year he had 18 catches, 3 touchdowns. So far, we're 6 games into the year. He's got 2 catches for 19 yards total, which looks like they might want an uptick there. And is James Cook worthy of this too? Like, Cook has shown us in the passing game and the running game that he can be explosive. He has some high-profile drops. There's no doubt about that, Joe. But I almost feel like I want to look at the other side of it. Is why are they high-profile? Because he's open down the field and Allen hits him in the hand. So, you get the hard part done. You got open. Let's give him a couple more chances here if you want to get this passing game a little bit more dynamic and starting to trust James Cook again.
100%. It almost feels like that 2023 stretch of legitimately 6, 7, 8 touchdowns that he dropped. It was pretty obvious that there were some issues there, but he was open and he was touted as a pass catching back. Sean McDermott's even said as part of his development story, he said multiple times, yeah, we drafted him to be a pass catching back. And then he became a feature back and he's not even really doing much pass catching. And I think you look at some of these other top backs across the league, and McCaffrey or Bijan Robinson, and even Saquon Barkley to an extent. These guys get these opportunities to be moved around the formation, isolated up on linebackers, running a full route tree or at least more than just flat routes and rail routes. And that's a big way, I think, for this Bills team that is kind of lacking at receiver to get some more production in the passing game. So. Feels like low-hanging fruit. The metrics last year were off the charts, except for frequency of throws to running backs. All the efficiency metrics were amazing, and I think it's kind of happening again this year, and hopefully that's a big change here coming out of the bye.
Yeah, Bijan, McCaffrey. Those guys you see line up out wide sometimes too. They'll move them around everywhere. Yeah. The Coleman part of it, Joe, you often hear, I remember hearing this first about Coleman the day after he was drafted, that he might be more beneficial to an offense playing in a big slot role. He doesn't do it a lot, but do you have reason to believe that would just work? I guess how convinced would you be that if they were to move him around into different positions that they would get more out of him? Or do you think it's more there's more to it than just move him and you'll be fine?
Well, I don't disagree with the idea that Keon Coleman would be a more effective player if he had more opportunities from the slot. I just don't think it makes the Bills' offense better, because anything you would ask Keon Coleman to do from the slot, I would way rather have that done by Khalil Shakir or Dalton Kincaid. And so, that's kind of where my mind goes. Yeah, sure, you can get more out of Coleman there, but I don't think it makes your offense better. And ideally, Coleman can be, I don't know what they were thinking. Did they think this was George Pickens when they picked him to be this ex-receiver that you just throw it up to and he can go gets it all the time? Because that's kind of how they're treating him. And he doesn't make those types of plays. And, I think that's, if he could be that, I can see the appeal of all right, targets and snap share, and, you get one receiver on the field and some of your, 3 tight end or 2 back or 2 tight end and 2 back stuff, and that's the one receiver you'd want out there. Okay, but he doesn't do that. And I'm not saying the book's written on the kid, but I think there's a needle to thread between, all right, we see some potential here, we see a role and how it can go, versus most targeted and most played receiver on the team. And so I think they got to strike that balance and make that make a little bit more sense. But yes, back to the slot piece, I think it would help Coleman. I don't think it helps the Bills' offense.
Is one of the answers here that you think, like, when the ball is going outside or is going, more than 10 yards down the field, because you tweet out some numbers on this, that the ball maybe should be going to Josh Palmer more often than it is going to Coleman?
Yes, I would say there's a real obvious one to me. I think, especially in these one-on-one routes, right? You're talking about the Bills, I don't know what it is. They get wide-eyed. Keon Coleman one-on-one on the perimeter against whoever, right? That's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's Christian Gonzalez or if it's, who's the other receiver? A.J. Terrell. Like, yeah, we get wide-eyed. These guys are good man coverage corners. Like, there's not a prayer that Keon's going to uncover against this. And they just want to throw it. And I don't understand it. It feels like wasted downs to me. And so I think that Palmer gives you a much better opportunity to create separation in those types of situations when it's, hey, isolated, route them up, get open, Josh is going to hit you. I think Coleman might be, 5th or 6th on the team in options for that type of look, in my opinion.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. All right, Joe, to what the Bills do well that they maybe should get back to. The first couple weeks of the season feel like Jackson Hawes is a household name. They're big people packages. They're running all over people. They're throwing to the tight ends. Is it as simple as just going right back to that, because that's what was the bread and butter for this team early on?
Well, yes, and I think they are still doing that. I don't think that they completely got away from it, but I think being two-dimensional, right, being able to be more deliberate about throwing and getting your play-action stuff going out of those heavy personnel sets. But then also, I think the last 2 games, which is what we're all really focusing on, where the offense, just didn't get it done, and the defense had its struggles, but still held Atlanta to 24 and New England to 23, and that was, the Bills still lost by multiple scores. I think they kind of chased the script in both games where they were down, 2 scores, pretty early against both opponents. And it felt like the Bills got into this, oh my God, we have to score 14 points on this drive. You don't have to, and you didn't need to. And once they kind of settled down in the third, usually in the third quarter in both games, they got back to the run and they moved the ball a little bit, and then they had more chances to score, and they went right back into their, hey, we're going to air it out and not kind of be true to what we can do best. And so I think that's what Sean McDermott means when he says the offense got cute. And so allowing those principles, those heavy personnel, run and pass out of it to be your foundation, and not abandon it quickly to get into your 11 personnel stuff because you're down 10 or you're down 14 with 40 minutes of game clock left. You don't have to panic like that. And I think maybe that's been a bit of the issue here the last few weeks.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline of the Locked On Bills podcast. All right, Joe, to the defense and what they can do. It will be the debut of Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi, but people will know, like, Ogunjobi, what's he going to be? A veteran in the league that's not a practice squad guy called up because the Bills have been kind of juggling that on the defensive line. Hoyt, though, without trying to make him some sort of savior, he's an interesting piece. And what you've seen from him in his career and the little we saw in the preseason, what do you think he can bring to this defense? And not just in his individual play, but what he can allow the defensive coaching staff to do in terms of personnel, mixing things up, and just variability?
Yeah, he's really athletic. He's got great size, and he's really versatile. And because of those things, it should unlock some options for your scheme. You think about the Bills have played a lot more three linebacker stuff this year. They're at 24% three linebacker. That's top half of the league in base defense. And I think you can at times leverage Michael Hoyt as your Sam linebacker, your strong side linebacker, and walk him up on the line of scrimmage. And now you're in 5-man fronts. And you're able to have Bosa, Rousseau, and Hoyt on the field. And so when teams challenge you with big people, right, you kind of have an answer for that where you feel like you got what you need to defend the run, but, you can still be aggressive with how you rush with 5, and 3 of those being, Hoyt, Bosa, and Rousseau. Or, hey, if you want him to spot drop a little, play the hook curl, play the flat, he can handle that as well. So I think that's a big part of how that can help your defense. And, the Bills like to run a lot of dime. They're also a top half of the league in dime. And the Bills get to dime in some unique ways. They'll get, dime just means 6 defensive backs. So you can have any combination of 5 linebackers and defensive linemen. And usually you'll see teams go with 4 down linemen, 1 linebacker, and then 6 defensive backs. Well, the Bills will get there with 3 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and the 6 defensive backs. And I think you can use that linebacker spot to be Michael Hoyt, and that gives you more options with how you want to play a mirror player or to commit to the quarterback, to rush, to drop. I just think there's a lot of personnel variety that he can unlock, not to mention that individually he's versatile and physical, and he's got a good pass rush plan. And I think he can really unlock a lot of what this defense can be. So he's definitely a silver lining here for hope for this defense to take a turn here down the stretch.
What about Max Haristston if he gets back, Joe? I don't know if it'll be this week. I mean, he's just going to start practicing. Let's say it goes well. He can get out there and he's there mentally. Going back to what you thought of him at the draft, what do you think he could mean for the Bills defense if it looks like he can really play?
Yeah, going back to my pre-draft thoughts on Maxwell Haristston, the word that I always went back to is that this guy just hunts. He hunts the football, whether that's playing in zone and triggering and driving, and whether that's playing the ball or coming and clicking and closing and making a tackle. And while I think it's fair to have some questions about run defense and tackling, mostly due to size, and he had some rough moments on tape later in 2024 at Kentucky when he was kind of playing through that shoulder injury. If you watch the first half of 2024 and 2023, this guy was extremely aggressive to go and fit the run. And so I think that level of aggression, that the ball skills, the willingness to drive, on routes and drive on players, I think is needed big time in this secondary. And I think there's some variance that's going to come with that, right? He's going to drive on a ball and receiver's going to catch it and run for a bunch of yards. That'll happen. But he's also going to make some plays on the ball, and he's going to make quarterbacks think a little bit, throwing his way because of that aggression that he's going to play with if he, is the player we watched at Kentucky, right? Which is really different compared to what we've seen from Trey White, which is, don't really have that ability to close with speed, and you have to play leverage and play with cushion and just position myself to make tackles. I think we're all a little bit more eager to see the other side of that.
Joe, on Carolina, how much concern should Bills fans have? It's a Panthers team that at the start of the year we would have said, all right, win, guaranteed. They've got 4 wins. They beat the Cowboys, right? That's not nothing. That's a team that has an explosive offense. They were able to keep up. With Andy Dalton in, is that a clear downgrade? Is that a little bit of a nervousness? How do you rate Carolina's chances in this game, in the matchup?
Well, I'd rather play Bryce Young, I'll tell you that. I think Andy Dalton's the type of quarterback that, nobody wants him to be their starter, but against this Bills defense that has had a lot of space available to throw the football, I think Andy Dalton's a veteran that's going to know where to go with the ball. But I think what it comes down to with Carolina, it's their rushing offense, 4th in EPA per rush this year. They got a physical offensive line. They got 2 backs in Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle that can run with physicality. And they get a lot of yards after contact. They get a lot of displacement, and that's been an issue for this Bills defense. And so I think you're going to see a Carolina team that's going to want to run the ball, 40 times and see what the Bills do about it. And so I think that's the big thing. Andy Dalton's throwing to very young receivers. So you like to think that you're not going to come and get lit up by Andy Dalton, but I think he can be sufficient. And obviously, the real story is how they can run the football. So, obviously, the key to me is the Bills and scoring points, and then making Carolina play a different style of game than they want to. I think that's going to be the key. But there's some things that Carolina does well that the Bills have struggled with this year.
Joe found a stat to this point that the Bills are number 132 in the league. On the farthest end,
I'm looking for it.
Pass rate under expected. Basically,
against
defense, right?
Yeah.
The defense. Basically, of all the teams in the NFL, the NFL has looked at the Bills, the teams that play them, and said, run all day on them. And they've faced an under-expected pass level because of it. So it's one of the things about the pass defense that actually makes me nervous, Joe, is that we haven't even really seen a team try to attack them in that department yet. It's really been the run game.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know. I obviously watch the games, and I sometimes think that teams should run the ball more against the Bills. Sometimes if they're getting second and long, like, go ahead and run it. It's okay. You got a good chance of getting some yards, at least getting into the third and manageable. So hopefully Carolina doesn't want to do that. But if they stay committed to it, I think that'll be a challenge for Buffalo. But again, I think it comes down to this Bills offense has got to go out and score. That's the best way they can help their defense is to score points. And I expect to see, this is a revenge game for Joe Brady. We've kind of seen some of this too, right?
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel, and we saw Dennis Allen, right, with the Bears, and that was a big deal for them in their post-game win over the Saints this past week. All right, it's the Bills' turn, right? This team fired Joe Brady after a season and a quarter, and he was the fall guy for Matt Rule. Feels like Joe Brady probably owes him a little something. So let's see him put it together here, put up a bunch of points, and get to 5-2 and go play Kansas City in Week 9.
Joe, they're in Carolina, of course, on Sunday. You got events going on. They're in your neck of the woods. If Bills Mafia's going down, where can they come see you?
Yeah, we got something going on Saturday at the Waxhaw Tap House, 1 o'clock. Go to thejoemarino.com for more details on it. But we're having a hangout. I'm doing a live Q&A, but I'll play a little cornhole, have a beverage with Bills Mafia. So if you're going to be in town, love to see you on Saturday.
Very good, Joe. Thanks. Enjoy the game, and we'll chat next week.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Marino on the of the Locked On Bills podcast on the Western Hotline, 803-0550. Quick before the break, Gina in Delaware. Hey, Gina. Give us a vibe, Gina. What do you got?
Oh, what do I got for you? This is great. Melanie, this is great. So this is new for me. The vibe here on the Delmarva Peninsula, where the fans, like the Ravens, the Steelers, the Eagles, they never looked at me sideways. Now I'm getting sideways looks, and they're almost like the Miami Dolphins are like, "Oh, you guys are like us." I'm like, "Yeah, not quite." So that's my first point. You guys asked what's different. What's also different is the Patriots are ahead of us.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, right?
What?
That's a big part of it. I got chirped by a Patriots fan yesterday. It was kind of fun.
Yes. So now here's this, and I know you guys will appreciate the humor in what I'm going to read to you. So one of the Ravens fans last week, my friend said, that's some serious top-tier trolling. Listen to this poem. I'm not trying to banter, but I see what happened in Atlanta. It was ice cold like a Fanta. Now I will write a letter to Santa. Bring Gina a new bib and pamper. Wah, wah. Is that not hysterical? But the Ravens that are saying that to us. So all joking aside, guys, go Bills. I am a little nervous. We need to come out big and strong because if we don't, I am going to push the Woosah panic button.
Well, the panic. Thanks, Gina. If they lose to Carolina, the panic button is broken. People will put their fist through the panic button if they lose to Carolina. Spread's big. Spread's big in this game. It's like eight.
There's an expected bounce back here.
Okay, good.
Maybe the Joe Brady revenge game is part of that. I don't know.
Undefeated out of the bye.
He was fired by them.
Yeah.
Well, he's fired by Matt Rule. Well, he was fired. The owner is kind of seen as a joke, isn't he? In Carolina.
Yeah. All right. Kyle Bailey on the Panthers when we get back. We'll get their side of the story. How things are going in Carolina, 4-3. Again, they have as many wins as the team that's in first in the NFC, the Packers, who are 4-1-1. So, Kyle Bailey on the other side on the Panthers. Your phone calls throughout 803-0550 on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. The Coleman part of it, Joe, you often hear, I remember hearing this first about Coleman like the day after he was drafted, that he might be more beneficial to an offense playing in like a big slot role. He doesn't do it a lot, but do you have reason to believe that that would just work? Like, I guess how convinced would you be that if they were to move him around into different positions, that they would get more out of him? Or do you think it's more, there's more to it than just move him and you'll be fine?
Well, I don't disagree with the idea that Keon Coleman would be a more effective player if he had more opportunities from the slot. I just don't think it makes the Bills' offense better. Because anything you would ask Keon Coleman to do from the slot, I would way rather have that done by Khalil Shakir or Dalton Kincaid. And so, that's kind of where my mind goes. Yeah, sure, you can get more out of Coleman there, but I don't think it makes your offense better. And ideally, Coleman can be, I don't know what they were thinking. Did they think this was George Pickens when they picked him to be this X-receiver that you just throw it up to and he can go gets it all the time? Because that's kind of how they're treating him. And he doesn't make those types of plays. And, I think that's, if he could be that, I can see the appeal of all right, targets and snap share. And, you get one receiver on the field and some of your, 3 tight end or 2 back or 2 tight end and 2 back stuff. And that's the one receiver you'd want out there. Okay. But he doesn't do that. And I'm not saying the book's written on the kid, but I think there's a needle to thread between, all right, we see some potential here. We see a role and how it can go versus most targeted and most played receiver on the team. And so I think they got to strike that balance and make that make a little bit more sense. But yes, back to the slot piece, I think it would help Coleman. I don't think it helps the Bills offense. But offensively, I think it really comes back to them being more deliberate about their utilization of heavy personnel. And when I mean heavy personnel, I think multiple tight ends, multiple backs on the field. And the Bills brass, they talk about it being a mismatch league and how do you create mismatches. And I think when you look at the Bills offense, the mismatch is what they can do with multiple tight ends and multiple backs and how they can be two-dimensional out of that. We know they can run the ball out of that. They can pass the ball out of that as well. They just need to do that more. And I think that should be a big part of it. The other big change that I think needs to happen is, I just don't think there's a justification for Keon Coleman to be the most targeted player on this team and be the leading snap taker at receiver by more than 40 snaps. I don't understand what gives that merit, whether that's the fact that he's been disciplined twice in less than a year and a half, or that there's been very inconsistent results when featuring him in the offense. And so I think you have to find ways to get away from that, get more into your big people. And then I also think running backs in the passing game is another huge one for me, where the Bills running backs have 17 catches so far this year, should probably be about double that. And I think that would help with some of the attention that Josh Allen's getting in the pocket. If you could start making teams pay more for their attention they're giving to him by throwing the ball to running backs, I think you can create some more offense.
First injury report of the week coming out a little bit later for the Bills. Sean McDermott will speak with the media at 11:55. They'll practice soon after. Max Haristston, we'll hear from him. He had his practice window opened. Hasn't practiced since training camp for the Bills. Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi also back from suspension today. To the rest of the league, couple of quarterback notes to get to. The Jets are turning to Tyrod Taylor. That's a report from Rich Cimini. The owner made some comments yesterday that would imply that as well. So it looks like Justin Fields is getting benched. And in Minnesota, one more game of Carson Wentz at least. J.J. McCarthy's back practicing, but Kevin O'Connell said Wentz will start tomorrow night. The Vikings play the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Sabres in action tonight. 7:30 puck drop against Detroit. Game's on TNT, so no MSG tonight, but you can listen to Dan and Rob right here on WGR. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's the resolve of this group. It's the belief of this group. You just keep playing football. We got to give them their props. But just a beautiful day right there, okay? Trust the process. Keep battling, guys. This is belief at its finest right here. Just keep it. It's about the work. It's about you guys going back to work. We got a lot of work in front of us. Hey, man.
Dave Canales on the Panthers' third straight win. Carolina Panthers are playing a little better this year. They've got 4 wins on the season, and that's who the Bills will play on Sunday. Joining us is Kyle Bailey, who talks Panthers down there in Charlotte. Kyle, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking time today to tell us about Carolina and how the season's been going for them.
Of course, happy to do it, guys. Hope you're doing well.
So, more wins this year, obviously, right? Like, things are looking good in that department. How real have the Panthers felt? They've got a good win over the Cowboys. I feel like that's a good win. They blew out the Falcons, who beat the Bills. So, Jekyll and Hyde, what is Carolina so far through this many games in the season?
I think they're a young, talented team that is in the early phases of winning and learning how to win and seeing that their process, as you heard Dave Canales mention there a second ago, is actually a valid one that is starting to turn things around for this organization. One that's kind of been out in the desert without much water for the last couple of years. But they have, under Dan Morgan, added some, I think, real talent. That's evident with the way these rookies and second-year guys are producing and contributing. They've added real talent around their quarterback, who is still on his own journey. But maybe most importantly, the defense went from historically bad last year to one of the best run defenses in the NFL so far, and a secondary that's really been covering well. So they're a young team with a young head coach that's starting to believe in themselves, and after 3 straight wins, folks around here are pretty excited about that.
Kyle Bailey, WFNZ in Charlotte with us. So run and stop the run, kind of feels like, because if they can do that, we talked about this a little bit, I think, before the season, Kyle, like they should be like a playoff bubble team, and if they look like this, do you think they probably stay in that race?
Yeah, no, I think they can. We were just actually going over their final 10 games yesterday trying to figure out what we thought was possible. And there's a lot out there for them. And I know going into this season for me as someone who, like you guys, a radio guy who's talked about this team daily for basically a decade at this point, wanted to see improvement. 5 wins last year, a bunch of close calls down the stretch. I mean, they had teams like Kansas City and Philadelphia beaten, the 2 Super Bowl teams last year. And so you wanted to see that carry over, and then they stumbled to start the year, but here they are at 4-3, and I think myself and most people thought, being 8-9, 9-8 team, I think they're really targeting 2026 as the year they want to take off. So, this would be a massive win over Buffalo, but so long as the steady play, the consistent play continues, and you don't have more of those wild swings like the blowout in New England a couple of weeks ago, I think this team's poised for, an 8-9 win season.
Is it surprising to you that they have had an improvement really without Bryce Young feeling like the reason for it? I mean, we've talked how this week that like really we might even rather play Bryce Young this week, and it's Dalton who, like, is there really much of a drop-off to be expected?
See, I don't know about drop-off. I think Bryce has played I think people were expecting a little bit more, but I think Bryce has played well, in a lot of situations. And I think actually it's not even a really tight game down the stretch if he stays in. He's made some really clutch throws against Miami and Dallas in particular. So I say all that to say he's still not a finished product. And you're right, he hasn't carried them, in a way that Josh Allen carries the Bills. But I don't think outside of a couple of turnovers in 2 games, he's ever been the reason that they've lost the game so far this year. I will say to your point, though, I actually believe Carolina can win this game because I think Andy Dalton, with the run game, with the run defense, and Andy's ability to stand in there and take deep shots on play action, I absolutely think they can win this game. But long term, they're anxious to get Bryce Young back out there.
Running the ball, Chuba Hubbard or Rico Dowdle, right? Like Dowdle had those big explosive games. What do you think the split looks like going forward, and will the Bills see both of them?
Yeah, I personally, I think, and I know the listeners, the fans, absolutely believe that Rico Dowdle should be this team's lead running back right now. You'll have to forgive me. My dog is trying to run away as we're outside. Bo!
It happens.
Yeah, take care of that.
We can relate.
So anyway, I think this is it's a team that's got some potential. That the run game is really exposing to a lot of people. But Rico Dowdle's been the biggest reason why. Now Chuba's a good back, right? He was a 1,000-yard back last year. He's a leader on this team, so he's not getting benched. But it's undeniable how well Rico is running the ball, how hard he hits the hole. He's a little better in the passing game. We've seen that already. So I would expect the split to probably be closer to 70-30, assuming this game is close on Sunday.
The other piece on offense to watch, Ted McMillan's had a nice start to his rookie year as a top 10 pick. Just how good do you feel like he's been so far?
He's flashed a lot of talent. I mean, you can see the reason he was a top 10 pick, which took a lot of people by surprise here. He's got the measurables, but, we thought they were going to go defense with that first-round pick. But they took him because they believed in who he is physically and beyond that, of course. But that stuff's already showing itself, just the innate talent, some tough catches. Now, he has been up and down. He's had a handful of drops, one that led directly to an interception, Bryce's only interception against Dallas in that win. So he's been a little bit uneven in that way. But, I mean, the big plays, the one-handed catches, tight down the sideline plays, he's already shown that he was worth a top 10 pick, just in terms of his potential.
Kyle Bailey joining us of WFNZ in Charlotte. Kyle, thanks for the time. And are you picking Carolina to win?
Well,
do you want to see how many Bills? You want to see how many Bills fans are in the crowd first before you?
Be a lot of those.
Well, we joked this week that we have you guys aren't just visiting; you're embedded in the community here in Mecklenburg County because there are so many Western New Yorkers down here. I will say real quick, 'cause I saw Joe a couple of weeks ago. I was in Buffalo 3 weeks ago for Sunday Night Football, and shout out to those fans. That was one of the best NFL experiences that I've ever been to. I've been to a lot of stadiums, a lot of big-time college football atmospheres down here. That was one of the coolest experiences that I've ever had. Fans were first class. Hospitality was awesome, and it was a night to remember. So shout out to Buffalo because that was incredible.
Yeah, very cool. Well, enjoy Buffalo traveling down there and taking over that stadium, Kyle.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Kyle. Thank you. Kyle Bailey of WFNZ. So on Rico Dowdle, how about this for you? If we were in Carolina, I mean, it would be nonstop screaming that it should definitely be Rico Dowdle over Chuba Hubbard.
I would probably
ready for this? Yeah. I've got a lot of different ways. Number 1 in the NFL.
Yep.
In rushing yards over expected, Javonte Williams. Number 2, Jonathan Taylor. Number 3, Quinshon Judkins. Number 4, Rico Dowdle.
And that's the total, or is that per attempt?
That's total.
And he hasn't even started half the games.
You want to go per attempt?
Yeah. Per attempt.
Per attempt. Let's do it a different way. James Cook, a yard over expectation per attempt. That's good.
That's very good.
Looking up, 1 spot up, Bijan. 1 spot up, Quinshon Judkins. 1 spot up, J.K. Dobbins. 1 spot up, Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Oh, yep.
1 spot up, Rico Dowdle. Only Javonte Williams and David Montgomery are above Rico Dowdle in rushing yards over expectation per carry.
Wow.
Rushing over expected percentage. What percentage of your runs do you get? Yep. Number 1, Jalen Warren. Number 2, Blake Corum. Number 3, Rico Dowdle. Number 4, James Cook. They should be handing the ball to Dowdle 70-30, 80-20. Like, they should probably feature him like the Bills feature James Cook.
I mean, Dowdle did have 1,000 yards last year.
With the Cowboys?
He had 1,000 yards rushing for the Cowboys last season. Look at that list, by the way. All second team guys. Like, no one really at the top of that list. Yeah. Because Bill Krosky-Merritt is a 7th-round pick. David Montgomery's on his second team. Javonte Williams is on his second team and looked shot for the last 2 years. Dowdle's on his second team and has just kind of been a guy.
The thing I want to ask
and then
is,
Cook.
How different is Carolina from Atlanta? They run the ball well with a really good running back in Dowdle.
Okay.
The
defense is better.
The defense is better. Is Ted McMillan just going to do run the Drake London routes and just catch in front of the Bills' defense all day?
I don't know if he's quite there yet, but the talent level is on par with Drake London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be interesting. Interesting game. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. If you missed anything today, we talked to Sal, we talked to Lindy Ruff, talked to Joe Marino, talked to Kyle Bailey. Now we're wide open for you. If you want to give us a call at 803-0550.
I've got 11 Brad Marchand nicknames.
Oh, that's exciting.
That I could give you. Also, I saw a fun fact this morning that Blue Jays and Dodgers starts on Friday.
Yeah.
To determine who wins the World Series. 2 players have already won the World Series. And will receive World Series rings.
Because they played for both teams this year?
Both teams.
Wow.
So 2 players have already guaranteed themselves they are going to get a ring. They just don't know from who yet. Buddy Kennedy, who went from the Blue Jays to the Dodgers back to the Blue Jays. He's played actually mostly with the Bisons this year. And then Jose Urena, who has played for both but is now on the Angels.
Congratulations
They're
to
both
them.
getting rings.
It'd be funny if they showed up at the game wearing a split jersey, like the moms of college, the moms when the 2 brothers are playing against each other and the dads are wearing a split jersey.
Well, I don't think Kennedy's on he's not on the World Series roster, but he's in the Blue Jays organization right now. So he would be on the team in the celebration, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But if the Dodgers win, couldn't he just run over to the other side because he's going to get a ring anyway? That'd probably be poor sportsmanship. He rips off his Blue Jays jersey to unveil a Dodgers jersey and he goes and joins the celebration.
803-0550 to join us. All right, so you've got the 14 Brad Marchand nicknames.
11, but yeah.
Okay, 11.
Yeah.
One for every suspension he had in his NHL career, right? Were there 11 suspensions?
I feel like he's been
Is there more than 11?
That's a great question. How many times has Brad Marchand been suspended?
My guess is 8.
8?
I'm going to guess 8.
How many times do you think he's been fined?
Oh, boy.
70?
50.
Yeah.
All right. Wide open for you, 803-0550 on WGR.
The Coleman part of it, Joe, you often hear, I remember hearing this first about Coleman the day after he was drafted, that he might be more beneficial to an offense playing in a big slot role. He doesn't do it a lot, but do you have reason to believe that would just work? I guess how convinced would you be that if they were to move him around into different positions, that they would get more out of him? Or do you think it's more, there's more to it than just move him and you'll be fine?
Well, I don't disagree with the idea that Keon Coleman would be a more effective player if he had more opportunities from the slot. I just don't think it makes the Bills' offense better. Because anything you would ask Keon Coleman to do from the slot, I would way rather have that done by Khalil Shakir or Dalton Kincaid. And so, that's kind of where my mind goes. Yeah, sure, you can get more out of Coleman there, but I don't think it makes your offense better. And ideally, Coleman can be, I don't know what they were thinking. Did they think this was George Pickens when they picked him to be this ex-receiver that you just throw it up to and he can go gets it all the time? Because that's kind of how they're treating him. And he doesn't make those types of plays. And, I think that's, if he could be that, I can see the appeal of all right, targets and snap share. And, you get one receiver on the field and some of your, 3 tight end or 2 back or 2 tight end and 2 back stuff. And that's the one receiver you'd want out there. Okay. But he doesn't do that. And I'm not saying the book's written on the kid, but I think there's a needle to thread between, all right, we see some potential here, we see a role and how it can go, versus most targeted and most played receiver on the team. And so I think they got to strike that balance and make that make a little bit more sense. But yes, back to the slot piece, I think it would help Coleman. I don't think it helps the Bills' offense.
So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
Not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are two things that will make people feel better. One, change of some sort, or two, and these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, we're all going to feel like it's back on, go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah. Right before you give us Brad Marchand's 11 nicknames at Pro Hockey Reference, I want to tell you, last night the NBA season opened up and the Oklahoma City Thunder got their rings.
Yep.
Have you seen the rings?
No, I have not.
Okay. In an unintentionally hilarious tweet, Mike Garofolo, NFL reporter, right?
Yep.
Who works for NFL Network, he tweeted out the video of the reveal. The ring, the zooming all around it, it's getting struck by lightning, all this. And he pointed out, I've heard repeatedly from players and staff that championship rings have become unwearable with how big they've gotten.
Uh-huh.
And he says, the reasonably sized ring inside the pop top is a great solution. And that is, in fact, what the Oklahoma City ring is. It is a ring, and the top of it pops off, and inside of it is a ring to wear. So there's a ring inside of the ring that you can wear, And the funniest comment I saw on this was, it's like Kramer's coffee table book. It's a coffee table book that turns into a coffee
table.
You're telling me this ring
turns into a
has
coffee
a
table.
ring in it?
Yes. Come on.
All right.
How about just not make the ring as big?
You can't do that. You can't do that. This ring has a ring
inside of it.
It's a nesting doll ring.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't like it because really it's like they got 2 rings.
True.
Which should be a curse because they didn't win 2. I don't like it.
2 rings.
Well, I guess they're saying the one is too big to wear.
Yeah, you don't want to wear it. So you
could probably wear 2 at the same time.
You could. Yes, you could.
You could wear them both, and it'd be like you're wearing 2 rings, which should be illegal.
That makes the big ring not necessarily a ring, but also a ring case.
Right.
This is a ring. This is my ring holder.
That's right.
And here's the championship ring on the inside.
Right.
Nuts. I'll retweet it so you can take a look at it. All right, Brad Marchand.
11 nicknames. You tell me if you've ever heard a single one of these. These are all from Hockey Reference.
Right. One of them better be something along the lines of rat.
Rat is one of them.
Okay, rat.
So you've heard rat
fine,
before.
Sure.
There's also squirrel.
No.
Never heard squirrel. How about little ball of hate?
Yes.
You've heard that one?
Definitely.
Really?
Yes.
I've not heard that one.
100% have definitely heard little ball of hate. Yep.
Okay. Marchie?
Oh, fine. Yes.
Okay. Nose face killer? Is on here?
No, but that's good.
No?
It's good.
Tomahawk?
Nope.
Brat? Bad Brad? Marshmont? Honey Badger? And Precious Little Angel.
I'm going to give Honey Badger also yes, because I feel like he would have been called that. And
You've heard that one?
Maybe.
Then you've never heard Precious Little Angel?
No.
Okay.
I've not.
11 nicknames for this guy. I like Nose Face Killa the most.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. You've heard Little Ball of Hate?
Oh, definitely.
Really?
Definitely. Owen's nodding over there. You definitely heard Little Ball of Hate.
Who's been using that? Boochacross?
Everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that one is, yes. I couldn't have maybe pulled it out of the top of my head, but I've definitely heard that. All right. Alan, if you're on, if you can stick with us, get on the other side. This Bills-Carolina game, what do you want to see? Right? It's Wednesday. It's been a long bye week. It's been the longest bye week of all time because of back-to-back losses for the Bills and how they're going to try and get things on the right track. I also have a hockey note for you on something I found. So we'll get to that. We'll get to some calls. And what else do I have here for you cooked up? We'll get the Bills' schedule today. Who we'll hear from? Josh Allen after practice. Max Haristston, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi for the first time this season. Also, keep an eye out. The Sabres and Leafs game on Saturday looks like it will be moved from 7 p.m. to 5 p.m. because of the World Series. So lots going on. You can join us, 803-0550 on WGR. It's NBA Tip. We'll start with a couple of injury updates. Earlier this week, you'd said that Michael Kessering was beginning the stages of a return to team practices. So where does that stand now, and how timeline for him to potentially get into the lineup?
Yeah, he's doing a lot better. Timeline for getting back in really hasn't been determined, but he's been skating. I think he'll join the morning skate today, and we'll assess after that. But not ready yet to play in a game.
When he is in the lineup, it's preseason at this point. You had training camp. Like how do you envision him changing how you look back there on the blue line?
Well, he's a big body that really skates well. Right-handed shot, I think. Ozone play-wise, moves the puck really well. I just look at a player that we were counting on to be a big part of the offense and the defense in our club that we haven't been able to use yet.
Some of the other injured players, Jordan Greenway, still not yet in the lineup. And then Luukkonen, seeing him sent to Rochester for rehab starts looks from the outside like that is getting closer too.
Yeah, definitely. Well, first with Greenway, again, he's skating. The target date for him is later this month. We don't have an exact date. Feels a lot better. A lot of this now is conditioning and trying to get up to game speed. so it'd be nice to get him back. With UPL, yeah, he's feeling good. He's really only played a period of hockey. Just trying to get him some action before we get him back in goal.
So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. Mm-hmm. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, Last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better. Mm-hmm. 1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, we're all going to feel like it's back on, go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah.
You don't think it'll get better with the quarterback switch?
With Tyrod?
Yeah. It'll get a little better.
Interesting you bring that up because I saw something yesterday about Mr. Tyrod Taylor.
Or Tyrod Taylor, as Baker Mayfield needs to make sure everybody knows again. And he just doesn't, Tyrod doesn't care enough to correct people.
Yeah. Ian Hartitz tweeted this. Worst quarterback this season in adjusted net yards per pass attempt. Touchdowns, interceptions, sacks, in addition to regular yards per attempt.
This is either going to be Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor.
It is Tyrod Taylor.
He's the worst?
Yeah, he's the worst.
How many passes has he attempted?
I don't know.
Like
but
7?
He's the worst quarterback in adjusted net yards per attempt. Worst.
Let's see him play a whole game. Let's see him start a game first before we're ready to judge him.
Fair. That's fair.
Also, to my surprise, he has not thrown 7 passes. He's thrown 70 passes.
Okay, and he's the worst adjusted net yards per attempt.
Bills practice today. First injury report of the week coming your way. And Max Haristston also returning to the field after his practice window was opened earlier this week. Larry Ogunjobi, Michael Hoyt also back after being suspended for the first 6 games of the year. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sean McDermott speaks at about noon later on this morning. Sabres in action tonight. 7:30 against the Detroit Red Wings. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30. The game tonight is on TNT. And Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's been sent to Rochester for a conditioning assignment. He'll play at least a game in Rochester and then likely back to Buffalo to split time with Alex Lyon. Speaking of the Sabres, Saturday's Sabres at Leafs matchup looks like it's going to be moved from 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock. As to not conflict with the Blue Jays World Series Game 2, which is Saturday at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Sports Talk on WGR, presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Just getting out there yesterday, that just felt good. Being part of the team again, feeling like I'm real, with my guys again, putting the pads on again, like just stuff like that, stuff I'm all grateful for. And I'm just excited to keep, continue to practice and then do whatever the team needs me to do on game day. I was able to really look from a different perspective, look from a different point of view and learn the game from off the field and still taking mental reps while also expanding my knowledge on the playbook and just banking what I see, seeing how our guys react to the opposing team and vice versa. And
Max Haristston, we'll see what his timeline is. It's either this week, Carolina, which I think would be a bit
be a lot
ambitious.
Yeah.
But he'd be practicing today. He's eligible. He can practice now. Or it's Kansas City.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to just keep saying, yikes. Or it's Miami.
Even though he hasn't touched the field yet, not even in preseason, right? We haven't even seen him in a preseason game.
No, that's right. You think Kansas City?
I would feel so much more confident with an unknown lottery ticket playing corner than I would with Tre'Davious White against those receivers.
Yeah.
I would feel more optimistic about Hairston having seen none of him. Because I feel like I know what it'll look like. Trey White against those receivers. And it's not good. So I'm just hoping he's back by next week. I feel like this week would be a lot. But if there's any talk next week of, I don't know if I want to throw him right away to the Wolves against the Chiefs. I'd throw him in right away.
Yeah. It is interesting, it's a matchup league, and should I be really endlessly focused on the Chiefs and watching what they're doing?
Yes.
They do have their highest points per game in a 5-game stretch since 2022.
Yes. 29 points per game.
Yeah, which is... Hey, the Bills had 30 last year and, celebrated that a lot.
Yep.
With good reason. The Chiefs look like they are kind of back to get whatever they want. And I said this about the Chiefs before the Bills had their 2-game losing streak, and we'll get some phone calls from you. The Bills at their best and the Chiefs at their best are going to be such a stylistic contrast that AFC Championship game or AFC Divisional round, wherever they meet, is going to be wild. What are the Bills going to do? Pound it, run it,
right?
Get a couple plays from Allen, eat the clock. One thing about this kind of stylistic matchup that's worth mentioning is how did that AFC divisional round game go? And how might the AFC Championship have gone if the Bills are able to convert that Dalton Kincaid catch and then kick with a minute left?
Yep.
The Chiefs look like an offense that can score in 13 seconds again or score in 25 seconds. And the Bills don't look like that kind of offense.
Right.
In years past, what have they done? They had Diggs down the field in Detroit. That happened. Diggs against Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't know. They had the comeback chops against Baltimore. Now it looks like Baltimore's defense was a mess the whole year. So I just don't know what that looks like. Could a Bills-Chiefs matchup look the same as it did in the divisional round, where you have the ball with a chance to win it? Go back to that drive, because there's something to be said for, as that drive was happening before Tyler Bass missed the kick.
Yep.
Halfway through it, you started to know, all right, you know what? This is going to be the last drive of the game. Because it's taking so long. It was 16 plays. Now,
you're going back 2 years ago?
2 years.
Okay.
16 plays.
Well, it became evident it was going to be long, at least after the Diggs play down the field.
That's right.
Because that would have made it a lot quicker.
That's right.
But they didn't take another shot down the field after that.
That's right. And if Diggs caught that, you would have to wonder, do they get in the end zone? Do they get held to a field goal? Because you don't
or if they get
necessarily
held
know.
to a field goal, do they have enough time to get the ball back? Because there might have been 7 minutes on the clock.
And do the Chiefs score too quick?
And then we're back to, can you lead a drive with 1:30 left to go win the football game?
Right. The 13 seconds game, I feel like, lives in my head all the time.
Right.
And right now, I feel like that game wouldn't happen again because the Bills will play the way they did in that AFC divisional round game, where it's going to be a lot of James Cook, just stylistically. Doesn't mean they can't win, but I feel like maybe we would see a redux of that game where you're just run, eat clock, keep them off the field, and It's just, I feel like it's a scared way to live, and it might be the way they have to live against that Chiefs team if, in fact, their juggernaut offense is back.
Yeah, because I don't think the Bills would at all want to get into that game where they would need that, and the Chiefs might want to dare them to. Like, all right, let's get into this. Let's get into an air show and see if you can hang with us, because they're probably going to win that bet. I mean, that 13 seconds game, it's the last drive by the Bills. Ignore everything that happens after for a moment and just look at 1:02 left on the clock, starting at your own 25-yard line. And you walk down the field, and it looked effortless. And you actually did that without Diggs, right? That was Davis, obviously. Davis for 12 yards. Sanders for 16. Davis again. I don't think they have the ability to do that right now. So, yeah, they're doing it in different ways, but I would rather be able to do it in the way the Chiefs are doing it. The Chiefs can't really run the ball still to me. But it doesn't matter. They are number one in the league in how often they throw, and they are by a lot. All the talk of, and not just talk, there's a lot of evidence to back up. The teams have started running the ball more and playing defenses differently because they're backing up and they're doing their 2 high safety shells. And, all right, we're going to take what you're giving us. And the Chiefs, in the meantime, have rebuilt. They've not leaned into what the Bills did, which is, all right, let's do it. Physical. Run the ball. Let's do it. Let's take what the defense is giving us. The Chiefs have maybe fought against that and said, yeah, we don't care. We're going to give Kareem Hunt $800,000. We're just going to put in an injured Pacheco, and we're going to rebuild an explosive offense, and they've accomplished it. And that's what terrifies me. And did they ever choose to be this dink and dunk, take what the defense gives us offense? Maybe you would say by trading Tyreek Hill they did.
A little bit, yeah. And they built a defense with those draft picks.
But it always feels like they've been searching to get back to where they are right now.
Yeah.
Maybe the biggest difference is, did the Chiefs become take what the defense is giving us offense out of necessity, and did the Bills choose to become that? Because right now, that's kind of how it looks to me. Yeah. The Chiefs, I think, over the last 2 years did it because they had no other choice. Whereas the Bills, I think, are doing it because they are choosing to.
Right. The Chiefs did it in part because they missed on some receiver picks.
Right.
And
they took swings.
And their line fell apart. Right. They went for Kadarius Toney and they went for Sky Moore, and those did not work out. And then they get Rice and add Worthy, and, well, we'll see. Alan in a car. Alan. Good morning, Alan.
A couple comments I want to make. First of all, I don't know if you guys remember the 23 season really well.
We do.
But the Bills the Jets game, the first game of the year, was probably Allen's worst game. The fans had us doomed then. And then they came home. If you remember that Tyrod game at home, Tyrod almost beat us that game.
I do.
Dable got mad at him because I think he wanted him to sneak it or something, and he threw it. And he audibled it off or something. And then we go to New England, and we looked horrible there. And then we ended up 6-6.
Yeah, and they fired their offensive coordinator.
That's right. And this year, I look at it the similar way. We had 2 bad games. This Carolina game coming up, there's a reason why we're 7.5 to 8 point favorites.
Yeah, because the Bills are thought to be better.
Yeah, and they're 9-0 after the bye. I think McDermott is. I don't think, and I just look at this team likes to be the underdog at this time. They turn it up. I'm not. You had the analyst or the radio guy. Of course, he's a Carolina guy, but I just look at this game, and I think what's going to happen in this game. A lot of the Panthers fans sold their seats. I'm on kind of like a chat with some Panthers. I don't know how this ever happened, and they after that New England game, they thought it was going to be a bad year. And there was a lot of seats that went up for sale. There's going to be probably 50 to 60% Bills fans.
Yeah, that might have been the case before Carolina started the season. I mean, Bills.
And it's going to be like a home game, and I just think this team's going to come out smoking. I picked the Bills like 34-17, 34-16, and I think Michael Hoyt's going to add a huge difference in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about the other guy too much with the Steelers. I can't even say his last name, but I just think Allen is going to get ticked because of the way what happened the last couple games. And we've had the same all-you-can-eat, everybody eats kind of thing last year. Matt Collins was our leading receiver for a while. I know, we got to just get Shakir. And I think if Kincaid comes back, I think I hope he is. He was day-to-day. So I just look at this as a stepping point for the season to start to take off. And that's just all I wanted to say. Take care.
Thanks, Alan.
I like all that. I think the Bills, they go ahead. Yeah.
it's really tough to say. It's just like that year that they fired the offensive coordinator mid-season.
I was about to make a point. Like that season, one thing that I wonder how differently this would be remembered. Because, like, credit to them. They fired Ken Dorsey. They brought in Joe Brady. They won 5 in a row. And the offense stopped turning the ball over, and they got their wins.
Yeah, they finished 11-6 that year.
How would that season be remembered? This is a big difference, I think, between then and now. Because right now, I've got the presence of New England that is intimidating me a lot more than what Miami used to be. How differently would that 2023 season be remembered? That they came back to win the division from 6-6. If Miami had not thrown up all over themselves when they blew a 14-point lead in 4 minutes to a 4-win Tennessee team.
Will Levis
came back from down 14 in Miami. How's the season remembered if Miami does not do that?
They are a wild card team.
The Bills are a wild card team. And maybe right now we would give more credence to the idea of, maybe they won't just get it right.
Well,
because even though they did get it right to some extent, they needed an epic collapse by the team ahead of them to give them a shot to get back into it. And we'll see about New England. I don't know that New England has to be different. They could maybe blow a game against a bad team like that, but I'm less convinced that they are going to give the Bills as much opportunity to just claw their way back in if the Bills continue to struggle as Miami did.
The other thing I would think about, thanks, Alan, for the phone call. I heard you call the afternoon show, and I'm glad you called us because when you made a lot of these points and some other ones on the afternoon show, I thought, I'd like to respond to that. And also I had time to think about it. It's just kind of... I don't want to get too frustrated because sometimes people get mad when you evaluate the Bills on the standard of being the best team in football. But that's where we live. The goal 2 weeks ago was the 1 seed. And now it's they'll be fine. Well, fine has never been the 1 seed. That season where they fired Dorsey, they're 11-6, right?
Yep.
What happens if they fire Dorsey 3 weeks before that? Could they have gone
13-3?
Could they have been the 1 seed? Was it the fact that they had the lull? Is that the reason they weren't the 1 seed? Because guess what happened that season? They had to sprint to the finish. They lose players against the Dolphins. They lose players against the Steelers in the playoff game. And then they lose to the Chiefs. Their linebacker core is decimated. They don't have Gabe Davis. Why? Because of October. October losses show up in December. So why are they going to be fine? I'll give you the easy answer. They're always going to be fine because Josh Allen pulls them out of burning buildings every year. Their defense is a truck fire. They'll be fine. Allen wins 12 games. All right, why do we always have to convince ourselves they're fine? Why can't they just have the season where they're good enough to be the 1 seed? Mike Vrabel's the coach of the Patriots these days. Somebody in the chat the other day, what's Mike Vrabel ever won? He got a 1. He got a 1 seed.
With Ryan Tannehill.
His team lost in its first ever game. So, how do you get to the 1 seed? You don't have the lull. They could still get there. Mm-hmm. But, this idea that they're always fine. Of course they are. And the fear is, Josh Allen is how many years old?
29.
Okay, 29. When's he turn 30?
Before next season.
Okay. They'll be fine. Losing the playoffs. Next year, Josh Allen's 30. They lose a pair of games in November. They'll be fine. They lose the playoffs again. Josh is 31. I don't want to they'll be fine myself until the end of his career. Fine isn't fine. That's the whole concept here. Mm-hmm. Fine isn't fine. And the other part of it is, justifiably, they can't actually prove that they can win it all in October either.
Mm-hmm.
They could start like the Chiefs did. The Chiefs were in danger going to 1-4. And they'll be fine. They're 3-3. The difference is, once you've won the whole thing, or even been to a Super Bowl, I'll have a smaller level of respect for they'll be fine. So far, fine has never been good enough. It really hasn't. In all these years, you want to get the Chiefs here. You want to be healthy. You want to be rested. You want to have the easier road. Why don't they have it? Because they lost to New England and because they lost to Atlanta. That's why they don't. I know what do you want them to be 6-0? If you want to get the 1 seed, you've got to find a way.
Well, and to my point a little bit, is fine good enough to win the division anymore?
It might not be. It might not be fine.
Because it was before, but I think that I really want to see New England against another top team, but I think it could be different.
Well, New England against the Browns, like they could lose to the Browns this week. The Browns run the ball very well.
They could, but even if actually, I kind of like Cleveland to have that game be very close. But if the Patriots beat the Browns, that's not gonna. I mean, it's gonna be Dylan Gabriel, right?
Sure, it's gonna be Dylan Gabriel, but if Drake May continues to look like he can beat good defenses,
well, this might be the best defense he plays yet.
That's right.
He hasn't played a lot of good ones.
And they play Atlanta, who's a good defense.
Atlanta, Tampa, the next 2 weeks after this.
Yeah. So 3 games.
It's going to do a lot for how I think
Cleveland,
about them.
Yeah. Atlanta, Tampa. How do they come out of those 3? And how do the Bills come out of Carolina, Kansas City,
right.
And then who's after that? Is it
for the Bills?
Yeah.
It's Miami.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be Quinn Ewers by that point.
It's just
right. Like part of it is they have had they've been able to afford a lull every year, still get their way to the AFC East. To win it this year, you probably need New England to go into a lull of their own. And I probably think they will do that.
Yep.
But I'm just not as convinced as I was always convinced. Like, okay, Miami, weather's going to get cold. They're going to go play some great teams. Like that year the Bills come back. They're going to go to Baltimore. And I'm like, oh, they are totally going to lose that game. They lost 56-17. Like I'm not sure yet about what New England is in that department. They're going to go on the road at Baltimore in week 16. And if the division's live, like I don't know, sitting here today, I would probably mark that up as a loss assuming Lamar Jackson is playing. But should I assume New England is just going to give you the chance to fight your way back in without being perfect? I'm not sure.
Also, I mean, like you play New England again,
and you play
in Foxborough. If they just beat you, which is very plausible, you got to make up.
That's a big game.
A bunch of games on them.
That's a big game.
It's going to be a big game.
Week 15, and by the way, the Patriots have a bye week the week before that.
Okay.
They're coming off a bye, hosting the Bills in New England. That's why, like,
is that Sunday Night Football? Could that get flexed? It should.
It's 1:00 right now, but maybe it should be.
What week is it?
Week 15. December 14th, the Patriots host the Bills after a bye week. Like, that's where, like, right now they're actually talking about an ESPN, and they have it up. ESPN Analytics to win the division. They have New England at 55%.
Right.
Every year I've always been convinced, like, what the caller just said, they're going to figure it out. They'll be fine. Josh Allen, like, the defense will even make some improvement. They'll trade for someone at the deadline. I think all of that could happen, and I'm not sure they're going to win it this year because I don't know what to do with this other team that is 6 hours away to the east when they play the Bills have to win that game in Foxborough, don't they?
They probably have to win.
Can you see the Bills winning the AFC East without winning that game? Because I can't.
Well, what are the numbers of it? Actually, we've got the New York Times playoff machine is live. Like,
right? You could put in a loss for them, and
yeah.
What are their
I want
odds?
to see like how many losses do I have to get the Bills? The Patriots to if the Bills lose that game. They have to lose. They already have.
They have 2 losses,
and the Bills would then have at least 3.
Yep.
So New England would have to lose. I mean, the Bills run the table and only lose to New England. The Patriots have to lose 2 more games. And are the Bills going to run the table? I don't think so. I think they'll lose to the Chiefs.
So let's say the Bills lose. What? You want to say they'll lose 2 other games rest of year?
New England and 2 more?
No, don't even count New England.
Just Chiefs and Patriots. All right, that's 4 losses. You need New England to get to 5 losses in their other games.
That's where, like, all that is to say is I think they have to win that game in Week 15. They're probably going to have to win that game.
The largest point for me in that, and again, Ellen, thanks for the call. I love what you said and love the conversation it's spurred. But like 2023, they were fine. They fired the coordinator.
Yeah.
And that was kind of controversial. Their offense was fumbling the ball. You had all this, their success rate is good. The loss in London was blamed on the day they traveled there.
Okay, I see. I thought you were going to say it was controversial that day because it was on the heels of 12 men on the field on a special teams play.
That was it too.
Right. Even though we were probably tracking towards Dorsey getting fired no matter what.
Might have been. They fired the offensive coordinator. Oh, they're fine. They made a massive change.
Like, really, if there actually isn't 12 men on the field, maybe Dorsey gets more games, and then they don't win the division.
Or they do win the division.
With Dorsey?
Yeah, or they do win the division, and along the way, I don't know, they have a more explosive passing game in the divisional round against the Chiefs. I mean, Dorsey, he wasn't always hated. It just kind of went south fast. Anyway, 803-0550, the 2023 NFL regular season standings. I'm over here looking at that. Meanwhile, the flexing Bills-Patriots.
Week 15?
Going to be tough.
What's in there?
In Sunday Night Football, the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Which is just universally...
and this year, I'm actually okay with them staying in all those games because they are the most fun team in the league to watch.
Yeah.
Who do they play?
The Vikings. Now,
that's staying.
The 425 windows, here's where you could see a change.
Yep.
Could it be moved to 425? 425 is Panthers, Saints,
Terrible.
Lions, Rams. Great.
That's a great one.
But that's Fox, right?
Yeah.
They go back and forth now. Whatever.
It's probably Fox.
Lions, Rams, Packers, Broncos, Colts, Seahawks. Those are 3 really good games. And then Titans, Niners.
What's the Monday night game?
Dolphins, Steelers.
There you go.
Flex it to Monday night.
There you go. Flex it to Monday night. Put Patriots. But I don't know if everybody wants that. Sal just was happy to tell us a couple hours ago one more game, not on Sunday.
Yeah.
If I were the NFL, I would get the Dolphins the hell out of that game, and I would get Bills Patriots on Monday Night Football.
That's
because they could flex those now.
Yeah, that's right.
Late in the season.
Jerry and Kenmore. Hey, Jerry. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
You know what? I see this team as we were built to beat the Chiefs.
Ooh.
And now the other 31 teams we don't play against very well because we're tiny.
I mean, I don't think they're built to beat the Chiefs right now, to be honest.
No, but we've thought be athletic in the linebacker, get a pass rush, and now we're too light on defense. The middle linebacker in this league, the way the league's run right now, 5 years ago could be 225. Now we can't be 225. I almost wonder if Terrell Bernard only weighs 15 pounds less than Taylor Rapp and DeMar Hamlin. There are safeties that have played at 225 in this league. Is the league shifted to stop the run? Should our safeties be bigger and should our linebackers be bigger? And, is that's where we're built incorrectly? By the way, everybody eats is the equivalent of, I think we call it in youth sports, house ball.
Yeah.
Everybody plays.
Yeah. But wait, you're concerned about how the Bills are built, but then what would you say to how they match up against Kansas City if you want to throw all these big people out there? Because they're not doing any of this. They're not running the ball. They're not physical. They're speed and spreading it out.
But that's my point, is we've tried to be built to play Kansas City when the other 31 teams in the league are now much different to play than Kansas City.
But who's the season keep ending against? Not those 31 teams.
Yeah. A couple things. Thanks, Jerry. I think how the Bills been built, I think the Bills have always been built to pass and stop the pass.
Yeah.
And then offensively that has shifted. Now it's a little bit more run, control, efficiency.
Yep.
Don't turn it over. And what's their defense? They still want to invite the run, but they're not good at stopping it, and they're not good at stopping the pass. Right now, 6 weeks in, they're not really good at a whole lot. And hopefully the reinforcements that they added, like Deion Walker, he's really the only piece they've added this offseason on the defense that we've seen make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good. That's going well. TJ Sanders hurt. Landon Jackson inactive. Maxwell Haristston, we're about to start the clock on him. Start the clock on Hoyt. Start the clock on Ogunjobi. That's 6-7 guys, and you've still only seen one piece of it. So I feel like if you're Brandon Beane, you're tapping your foot on the floor at your desk, I got to see my pieces. I tried to fix this, and I haven't really even seen it come together. So I don't know what they're built to do right now, only because whatever their vision of what they were going to build they haven't been able to use it yet.
I guess also if them being light and them being small and not being good against the run is your biggest concern right now, then you're telling me you're more concerned about the Colts than the Chiefs.
Well, it's been a long time
because the Chiefs aren't doing any of that against you.
They've never run the ball well against you.
And they're not going to try. They're not going to try to run the ball against the Bills. They don't care if the Bills are bad at it. They're going to throw it all over.
They're going to throw screens. They're going to get speed. They're going to get speed in the secondary. And if the Bills don't have Hariston out there, then they're going to look real slow.
And if you want to make the point that the Bills have tried to build a defense to stop the Chiefs and failed, that's fine. But I wouldn't want to say that their choice to be lighter, try to be fast. Well, I don't even know if I want to say faster, but nickel all the time, like over these 5-6 years, to be more built to stop an offense like Kansas City than to stop an offense like Baltimore or what you're currently seeing out of Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis, I would say they probably made the right choice on what path to go down. I just think they've missed a lot of picks.
803-0550. We're going to break in, chat about it with you. Spicy week. Get some games action in. Start feeling better about it, you know? Once that gets rolling, get a win, beat Carolina, and then next week, man, is it ever going to be – it's just going to be so intense. These Chiefs matchups. Every year we talk ourselves into like, it's not going to really matter that much. And then we get to the game, and I am –
Well, the season always dictates something, right?
That's true.
The 6-6 year, remember that Bills-Chiefs games ends up mattering just because the Bills needed it to stay in the race.
Right.
Remember they were like 30% at the New York Times playoff machine to make the playoffs? And then they were going to play Kansas City. He was like, I don't need to prove I need to beat Kansas City. I just need to get wins on the board because I might miss.
We'll get more of your calls on the other side here on WGR.
Lindy Ruff with us. You mentioned the Montreal game. It felt like it could have been a game that really went either way. Did you feel like, Lindy, that was another game where it was a little bit of a slow start? And is that something that you're looking at all right now, or is it too early to really make that a trend?
No, I think it has been a trend. To be honest, our starts even in the preseason, I thought were slow. It's something that last year we worked really hard on. We knew going into last year the first periods hadn't been good. And we've got to be good inside the first period. I thought the second and third period, we left way too many chances out there. It was a game that second period, a total rebound. Our puck play was so much better. Generated a lot of good opportunities, but didn't take advantage of it. But, it's almost like we're easing into the game. Most nights we're getting to the 5-6 minute mark, and we've got maybe one or two shots. So it's an area that we're going to try to focus in on and get better at.
So one more little trail of breadcrumbs, if I could. Last year, 2024, they lose their 2 games. Mm-hmm. They then beat the Jets by 3, but they make a big change. They trade for Cooper.
Right.
That's pretty quickly.
Pretty big change. It's only 1 week after the lull really ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2024 was trade for a receiver, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
2023, they lost back-to-back games and then did what?
They fired Dorsey.
Right.
Yep.
So the last 2 years, the lull was met with swift change.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, it's not swift change. It's
not yet.
Not yet. It's
not
early
yet.
in the season. It's back-to-back. It's the offense doesn't look good, and no change yet. And we kind of have to wait to see if they're going to make a change, if the Bills will make a change within what they do, or if they add outside help. But I kind of wanted to go through this because of the number of times you'll read online, Twitter, a post, Reddit, anywhere. I don't know what everyone's worried about. This happens every year. Like, Last year when it happened, they traded for a receiver. 2 years ago when it happened, they fired an offensive coordinator. And in years past, the thing that got it on track was they played right away, and they pretty quickly got their offense back and firing on all cylinders. So, to me, it's pretty clear. There are 2 things that will make people feel better.
Mm-hmm.
1, change of some sort, or 2, these can go hand in hand, starting to routinely put up 30 points. Like put up 31 against Carolina. Then if you lose to the Chiefs but put up 34, I think people would, all right, we're still ready. The offense is still there. It's another coin toss game. We'll take our chance. And just on down the stretch, like put up 28 to 32 points. And, we're all going to feel like it's back on, go to the playoffs. Let's see if they can put something together on defense, blah, 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 blah.
And I've said for years, Ogunjobi is one of the most underrated defensive linemen in the NFL. I mean, he was a real nightmare to play against. He's a good football player. So to have a guy like that back in there, it does interject something into a defensive line that is, I think, playing very well. It's on the cusp of really playing great. And then you add these two pieces. It gives you an opportunity to mix and match. It interjects a little more energy into the rotation, a little more juice in practice. Yeah, you get new faces. It breaks up the monotony, of course, just from the outside looking in, but also you get just really good football players.
Mitch Morse, he's on with One Bills Live on the editions of Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. Sabres play tonight against the Detroit Red Wings. Dog of the day?
Ooh, for the Red Wings?
Yeah. Chili. Chelly's Chili Bar, right? There's no Chelly's Chili Dog?
Put wings on the dog. Full wings.
Actual wings?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not chicken wings, but like wings. Winged wheels. Wings.
Oh, I was thinking chicken wings, but you could do that if you want. Fried... no. You wouldn't want to put fried wings on any... Well, that is fried wings. Never mind.
Detroit tonight, the Red Wings.
Detroit-style dog.
Thin.
No, it's
thick.
like tray. It's thicker. It's like a tray. It's made in a tray.
Put Detroit-style pizza on the hot dog. Ooh, here we go.
I think you put the hot dog inside the Detroit-style pizza.
That's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
Let's get stupid.
So
you make a Detroit-style pizza. You then kind of like take an ice cream scoop through the middle and trough out space for a hot dog. Put a hot dog into it. Roll that Detroit-style pizza around that hot dog.
Now we're thinking.
I'll eat that.
Yep. Into it. I like it.
I do have a couple of Let's Get Stupids for you.
Okay.
Do you
want
want
one of them hockey related?
You know what? We'll do this one. Interceptions.
Okay.
Hit me with some
interceptions. That's the Let's Get Stupid.
Well, I just wanted to say something.
Okay.
Again, this is Let's Get Stupid. Dan, you got the open for? All right. Give me Let's Get Stupid, because when you say something stupid during Let's Get Stupid, it's not bad. It's not your fault.
Yep.
You guys say stupid stuff all show. Joe, if I had an NFL offense,
okay,
that threw an interception or a touchdown on every single alternating possession. What would
every other?
Yes. Or 3 touchdowns, 3 picks.
Yeah.
6 touchdowns, 6 picks. Whatever I did.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah.
For an entire season. Entire game. I only alternated between touchdown and interception.
Okay.
What would my points per drive be?
It'd be 3.5, right?
3.5?
Yeah. I'll assume they go for an extra point in every one. Yeah. 3.5.
Interesting. 3.5.
Okay.
You saw this week that the Indianapolis Colts points per drive is the best number of this century.
Yes, but I forgot what the number was.
3.38.
Wow. Yep.
But this. All right.
Yep.
The things that come to me while, I don't know, what am I doing for the rest of my days here? That's what comes to me. If I had the Jameis Winston, nothing else happened.
Yeah.
30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. That is 3.5.
Shouldn't, though, I just put one little disclaimer in here that any pick six should have to come off your points per drive?
No, because a pick six, fine.
You know what I mean?
All right, fine.
Yeah,
30.
I'm not saying they're all going to be pick sixes.
My
It's just
quarterback,
like once in a while, they probably are.
Okay, my quarterback is Josh Allen.
Well, he never throws pick sixes.
Knock on wood.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I think he's got like the longest streak ever. He's closing in on it. All right, well, if it's that and he never throws it, then it's probably
no. Even if you didn't, you don't take that off mine. Actually, you give those pick 6 points to the other team's offense.
No, because they didn't have a drive.
Whatever, it's a possession.
It wouldn't add to their points.
It's their
per drive.
possession.
No, pick sixes should count against you, but we don't need to nitpick anyway.
It reminds me of back when we had the punt god here, Matt Ariza.
Yeah,
we suggested if you could kick out of the back of the end zone, if you could kick a touchback on every single punt, regardless of field position, would you take it? And then they ran numbers on that. They ran the numbers, and the points added, the EPA of a punter who punted from every spot on the field through the back of the end zone would be the best punter in the NFL. It would be the most value you could possibly get from a punter to have nothing but touchbacks.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me ask this then. If one day I get a supercharged Brandon Aubrey,
Yes.
He'll make it from any. This guy, he's Ohtani. He's going to make 95-yard field goals.
You can field the kick
if I told
and kick a field goal?
Yeah, like he's going to make every field goal. It doesn't matter where you are on the field. Would you not field an offense?
You would have 3 points per drive, which would probably be one of the best offenses in league
every
history.
Single year.
It'd be a very, very good. The 07 Patriots, the undefeated 07 Patriots, averaged 3.19 points per drive.
3.19.
3.19.
So that's what I'm saying. If I just get a superhuman Aubrey, then I don't even need a quarterback. I could spend all my money on defense.
Just saying. Who needs an offense?
Who needs an offense is what we've gotten to here. Yeah.
All right, we're fully into Let's Get Stupid.
Yeah, deep into it.
If, in fact, a kicker could make every kick from 80 yards, and you knew you're going to get 3 points per drive every single drive, no matter what.
Yeah.
And they started doing that. The NFL
would change the rules?
Yes.
Yes, they would.
Yes, they would.
Nobody would want to watch that.
This is looped all the way back around to an argument about the tush push. Which, why did you just stop it? Like, no, it's stupid. That's why. That's why it's going.
Did you see, by the way, how the not to get totally off track here, how the Vikings stopped it last week?
I did not.
They stopped it. Brian Flores came up with a new strategy.
Oh, interesting.
Which is he had one of his defensive linemen lay down
on the ground,
on the ground, like on his hands and knees in front of the center, like sacrificed this defensive lineman to get destroyed by the Eagles linemen
because they couldn't get low enough.
Well, no, they couldn't get under him because he's laying on the ground.
Right.
And they stopped it.
So this is like the wall in soccer?
This is kind of what McDermott said in the offseason. McDermott, remember, never said he was going to... They have stopped doing the tush push, right? But when McDermott said it when he was asked on the competition committee about the tush push was, quote, I don't want to have to do what it would take to stop it. And that's when he started talking about injuries. And I always thought about that. Like, I don't think he's talking about quarterbacks getting injured. I think he's talking about, I know a good way to stop this, and I won't do it because it's going to get my guys killed.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it was this. You are sacrificial lamb person that is standing or sitting in front of the lineman, and he's just getting destroyed.
This is
but
where
you stop it.
The real twist is the Bills drafted Deion Walker just to lay down against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's actually why he got drafted.
They play them in Week 17.
Lay down. Right there.
But then what happens to a hip pointer? Sorry, he's hurt.
How far off is having a defensive lineman lay down from having a sumo wrestler play goalie? Like, you stand right there.
It's not that far off. That far off.
We've all had these dumb conversations, or having somebody try to block field goals, like jump up and block a field goal.
Right.
At the goalpost.
Draft Wembanyama to basically play in your defense and block field goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 803-0550. Thanks for indulging. These are all Let's Get Stupid, so if you thought they were stupid, good. They're supposed to be. But
I'm not sure the Deion Walker one is dumb.
Tell me the touchdown.
Again, the team just did it.
Tell me the touchdown interception one is dumb. It'd be the best offense in history.
It's not too far off. Like Jameis Winston had the 30 for 30 season and had 7 wins.
It would be right. It was the other drives that were bad. They punted.
Right.
If you just had touchdown interception, you're the best offense in history in points per drive. Anyway, Jeff and Cheektowaga. Hey, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right, we're thinking outside the box here, Jeff.
I'm liking it, man. It's funny. You guys definitely entertain me every morning.
Well, good. Thank you.
So my comment first. So I get how the Patriots, everyone's all over them, but if you look back at their wins, I mean, besides the Bills, okay, it's impressive, but one of the Bills' worst games of the season, 15 penalties, we all seen it. You go back to them losing to the Raiders. I think this next 3-game stretch against Cleveland, Atlanta, and Tampa is really big for the Patriots.
Yep.
I mean, to see, right, because they're better defenses. Atlanta, you're not sure what the offense is going to be, but, I mean, they're explosive at times. And then Tampa, I mean, you know what Baker Mayfield can do. He's low on receivers. But I think that you're going to see a 1 and 2. Possibly, if they lose to Cleveland, they can lose all 3. And then it's a different story. Again, like as we know, the NFL is a week-to-week league,
yep.
So that's kind of my comment on the Patriots. And then one real quick one on the trade deadline. Realistically, what do you got? You guys, I mean, Bean does make moves. He's always looking. I'm not like these people that are like, oh, he doesn't do anything. He does. You really think he's looking? What is he looking for? Actually, is my question. What do you guys think?
It's a great question. The candidates are, I don't think they would look for safety. The candidates are corner, and here you have Max Haristston returning soon.
Yep.
And it should, of course, be receiver. If you look at the bottom of their depth chart, where they could improve the most, improving from Elijah Moore or Tyrell Shavers to someone would be the biggest upgrade they could get. And if he's bullish on the defense and the draft picks and it all coming together, then there's stuff coming for the defense, and there's nothing else coming for this offense. There's no untapped source other than throw it to this guy more or this guy less or game plan this and game plan that. So, on the Browns, how much of the Browns is bluster? Like the idea that they are a tough out. All right? Here are their outcomes this year. They lost to the Bengals in week 1, 17-16. They lost to the Ravens 41-17. They beat the Packers 13-10. Feels like that one's doing a lot of work. Because since then, 34-10 to the Lions, 21-17 to the Vikings. That game was overseas. 23-9 to the Steelers. 31-6 win over Miami. Really, what does Cleveland have here? Their defense is not great.
It's not like the best in the league.
It's not great. Their offense, I mean, they have
a run game now.
They have a very dangerous run game. They ran on Miami. Yep. Everybody runs on Miami.
That's fair. Judkins does look good though.
This great run game. What did they do against Pittsburgh? Like what did they do against Pittsburgh? That was 23-9.
All right.
So
and they beat Green Bay on turnovers.
It's not to say like all I'm getting at is if the Patriots do beat the Browns, I think we could kind of quickly look back and say like, well, what's that? What are the Browns? Yeah. I do agree on Atlanta. I think Atlanta is a team. I mean, they took out the Bills.
Yep. And then Tampa after that for New England.
And this stretch run on those 3 games, the other reason it makes a big difference is common opponents. Like if you're talking about it's head-to-head, the Bills split with New England. It goes to conference record. If that's the same, common games. And Atlanta, Tampa, Cleveland are all common games. So the Bills are, in that stretch of 3, they're 0-1. And New England's 0-0. So get them to lose to somebody. But good stuff. Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
I will say, by DVOA, Cleveland's 5th in the league this year.
Defensively?
Yeah.
Where's their offense?
Offensively? They are... Hold one moment, please, for the Browns.
39th.
DVOA on offense. 39th? Not far off. 31st.
Okay.
Only Tennessee is
Where's
worse.
New England's defense right now? New England's defense was rough to start the year. Christian Gonzalez came back.
Yep.
Like they have good corners.
Yeah, they are at... I'm going to go back and forth here between offense and defense. 1 second here. All right, New England, DVOA on defense, they rank, scrolling, 28th.
Okay. Rough start, still there.
The Bills are 26th. So actually, there's one bit of hope maybe. It's just one metric. But if you feel like the Bills' defense is an Achilles heel for them, well, the team above them might have one that's even a little bit worse.
Right. The question is, do you have an offense to beat them? And in week, whatever that was a couple weeks ago, the Bills did not have the offense for it.
Yep.
All right. Red Wings tonight, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on this rainy Wednesday. I've got...
Red Wings have a little drought of their own, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Sabres have the longest drought in NHL history. The Red Wings have the 4th longest drought in NHL history. Same division.
Have they given
and they are in a more... Well, are they in a weirder place? They're in a weirder predicament where everyone just is like ready to fire Kevin Adams on a whim, like just do it. The Red Wings might want to fire Steve Yzerman at some point and might feel like they can't do it because he's Steve Yzerman. What are you gonna do? You're gonna fire one of your greatest players of all time? It could get tricky because he's been there a while now and nothing's happened. They've started well this year, so we'll see.
The NFL is eyeing 2 additional international games.
Yes.
Do you have the locations on this?
I do. Mexico and Australia.
All right.
Mexico City and Melbourne. I looked for the Melbourne details because I want to know when that game would be. What?
Remember, it's Melbourne.
Melbourne, right. I want to see when that game would...
I've got cousins that live there.
Yeah.
It's funny, though, because when you say it like that, it
Melbourne.
makes it sound like you have an accent. You're supposed to say Melbourne.
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 You're right. The accent is...
Now all of a sudden you're like, Melbourne.
Yeah. But so do I really have to say it then if I don't have the accent? Like, I don't say Boston.
Fair.
I say Boston.
Not wrong. Not
You'd be like, you correcting me. Like, no, it's Boston.
Right.
Like, no, sorry, I don't have that accent. I don't pronounce it that way.
No, it's Cheektowaga.
Right.
Not Cheektowaga, Cheektowaga. Good point. That's, you know what?
I might go back to Melbourne. I think I've talked myself back into it. I'm going back to Melbourne.
What about like Barcelona? Isn't it like Barcelona?
Barcelona. Yeah.
These are all good questions. Someone else will answer someday.
I'm not gonna say Paris. It's Paris.
You know,
it's an accent thing. I have a certain accent. I'm not adjusting to your accent.
This would make I'm going to text my cousin in Melbourne.
Yeah, ask him.
They use the letter R.
Just in general, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, not in this circumstance.
Right, not in that name.
A silent R.
So if there's a silent R in Melbourne, then you just have to respect it.
I ask him. I'm curious what he'll say.
How would I text that message?
Hey, you got to do it.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
He did just
that might be a phone call type of conversation.
Do you know how hard it is to be
call him?
It's like
3 a.m. there. Right?
I never know what time it is.
I was to say call him on the air.
My
it's
cousin's
like 3
in Australia.
In
I'm always just like, oh, the kids want to FaceTime. I'm like, every time Google, what time is it over there?
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, so I don't think we're going to do that. They're a day ahead of us too, so like 12 hours.
You got to put the world clocks up in your house.
I got a day of the week clock in front of me.
Right.
That's how confused I am.
So we need a day of the week clock and an Australia clock.
All right, Extendo Sports, and then Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR.
There are good signs. I mean, special teams, I'm sure you've got to be happy with that, at least in the last couple weeks, to where it's 0 for 11 to start on the power play, and now you look up and you're very quickly 6th in the league and then number 2 in penalty kill. So what do you feel like is working on both special teams units?
Yeah, you know what, I think you mentioned, Doan's been a big piece in the power play. We haven't used them a lot on the penalty killing. Special teams, our plan was through camp was to put our group together and really work hard on special teams, and I didn't think we saw the dividends early when you look at the power play 0 for 11. The power play now is moving the puck really, really good. We're finding that next play. Our puck retrievals have been good. You look at the one power play we had in Montreal. We have a power play rush where we've got Thompson in alone, a great play. We have Darlene hitting the crossbar. So, 2 great opportunities to score on the power play there. And the penalty killing has been solid. And we've had to use a lot of different bodies. If you look at Danforth was out of the lineup, Melanstein was out of the lineup. In Montreal, we had to use Quinn and Krebs and guys that hadn't played a lot on the PK. But I think we're locked into a pretty good way of killing for our club. And special teams have been good. It's something that we knew we had to improve, and we got to keep working on.
Anyway, I did some research on the lulls. The last couple times the Bills had a lull, because I have a new working theory, part of a working theory.
Mm-hmm.
We've asked a lot in these last 10 days if, in fact, this is any different than the other lulls.
Yeah.
And there is one major difference.
Okay.
Ready?
A new version of a lull?
Yes, there's one major difference.
Okay.
In 2024, last year, when the Bills lost their back-to-back games.
Yeah, they get smoked by Baltimore, and then they lose on a field goal to the Texans.
Yep.
And looked horrible on offense doing it.
The Bills played 8 days later.
Okay.
Here's my working theory. They played 8 days later.
Yep.
In 2023, they played 6 days later.
Okay.
In 2022, they played the next week. In 2021, they played the next week. In 2020, they played 6 days later.
So they've never had a bye week right after their lull?
Yeah. Part of what I think has happened to all of us is we've had more time to really dig into, let's talk about the problems. Let's talk about what's gone wrong. And in the past, these lulls, there's another theory, by the way, coming. But in the past, these lulls have at least allowed us to kind of say, All right. Oh, game week, especially if there's like 6 days later. 6 days later, they beat the Jets by a field goal. All right. Back on track. Let's keep talking about what's happened to them and why they lost those games, but they're kind of back on track. Or 7 days later. Quick announcement from the NFL. Black Friday Bears-Eagles on Prime is free for everybody. No subscription or Prime membership required, kind of like the YouTube game to start the year. It's free on YouTube. Bears and Eagles live on Prime.
Okay, nice.
I'm going to pull up that playoff machine. I had it, and it's gone. I'm going to put it in the...
From the
my favorites.
New York Times one?
Yeah, I told you it's up and running, but it's like if I just Google it, I'm not finding it. So
maybe it was supposed to be a secret.
There it is, Playoff Simulator, Athletics 2025. Yeah, like where are the Bears right now? The Bears are in the hunt and projected to miss. Their chances to make the playoffs at 28%. They're 4-2. That's tough. The NFC is the stronger conference.
It's certainly the deeper conference.
The bad teams are not that bad. In the AFC, it's Dolphins, Jets, Titans, Raiders. Awful.
Those are all horrible teams.
And the worst teams in those same spots in the NFC are like the Giants.
They're competitive.
A little bit dangerous and competitive. The Saints, who have been a tough out.
They've been tough. Yeah. Yeah, there doesn't feel like there's a gimme in the NFC, and there are 4 in the AFC. Although I do feel like the best team's in the AFC, so.
Yeah.
Like right now, is there an... Well, actually, you think the Lions, you think it's the best team, the Lions.
I do think the Lions are the best team. Lions, just because I'm not allowing myself to say Chiefs.
Yep.
All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show next.